1:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 27th of September 2018, the sittings at the Assembly Legislature will resume after the July and August recess. There are 9 questions on the order paper, 3 of which were outstanding from previous sittings. The motion is proposed by the representative for Palatuvia Lansme Speyside, Assemblyman Farley Augustine, and requests support from the House to mandate the Education Division to construct an appropriately named subject to incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance, which will be mandatory for all Tobago students. As presiding officer, I invite you to join the conversation on your future, whether in chambers with us, on Tobago Channel 5, or live on Facebook and YouTube platforms this Thursday, September 27th, from 1:30 p.m. for the 18th sitting of the House. Let me also take this opportunity to wish all citizens of our country Happy Republic Day, as we reflect on the gains and the struggles of the last 42 years while embracing the opportunities for the future. I extend welcome and greetings to the honorable members of this House. As we reconvene after the July and August recess, I urge us to reflect on the celebrated 2 days in our country's historic journey, independence and most recently, Republic Day. Let me therefore take this opportunity to extend official greetings on behalf of the members of the Tobago House of Assembly Legislature to the people of the island and country, and to also congratulate all of the 2018 national awardees on Republic Day who have distinguished themselves through their various contributions to our nation's development. Permit me to highlight Tobagonians Ewart Williams, former Central Bank Governor, and Dr. Kern Tobias, President of the Caribbean Union Conference. My colleagues, my medical colleagues, who for the length of time worked in Tobago can be considered to be honorary Tobagonians, Dr. Helen Marsville and Dr. Waveney Charles. The women of the caliber of Joan U. Williams and the young people. Again, a hearty congratulations to all. On September 24th, 1976, Trinidad and Tobago for the first time as a new republic met in the National Parliament with its own constitution. On the heels of the celebration of our history last Monday, it brings into focus the work we must do in this chamber and the expectations of the way in which it must be done. It underscores the point that in this honorable House, as in any other House of Parliament around the world, members' voices are equal and necessary to be heard in upholding democracy. A successful democracy, however, cannot be achieved unless we find meaningful ways to involve the people, who in turn understand the importance and are willing to become engaged in the process and the conversation. The process becomes even more sustainable when young people are involved. For this reason, I wish to recognize the members of the public who chose to join us in chambers today, all specially invited guests, students and teachers of Speyside and Bishop's High School. I am also pleased to welcome to Tobago and this August House, the Deputy Marshal of the United Kingdom Westminster Parliament, Mr. Rennie Sukrali, who is visiting with us today. Once again, I say to all, welcome. As we go into today's sitting, I again remind all members that we are here to attend to the people's business. In our various roles, they have charged us with the responsibility to deliver on their behalf, and therefore I expect the conduct in this House to be one of mutual respect, understanding, and appreciation for all contributions, whether in the form of questions or responses to questions, the moving of motions or contribution to motions. Everyone has an opportunity to speak. The standing orders are there for all to use. Do not abuse them, but use them well.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Today I have the privilege of tabling the following papers in this Honorable House. The Tobago House of Assembly's monthly budget report is at the end of May 2018. The Tobago House of Assembly's monthly budget report is at the end of June 2018. And the Tobago House of Assembly's monthly budget report is at the end of July 2018.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, Select Committees, Code of Conduct. Questions to secretaries. Questions for oral answer.
Question number 52, Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, the Minority Leader is avoidably late. He requests your indulgence in having his questions later in the proceedings.
Okay. Question 54, Minority Councillor.
Question 54 to the Secretary of Health, Wellness and Family Development. This is a question that was deferred from May 24th, 2018. With reference to the workers at the Division of Health, Wellness and Family Development, and paying attention to the Chief Administrator's Circular Memorandum, number 41 of 2016, with subject matter, Policy on Re-engagement of Officers on Contract. Please provide the following information. A, the total number of persons employed at the Division of Health, Wellness and Family Development, delineated via the following categories: public servants, contract officers, daily paid workers, month-to-month, and other. B, number of persons on contract, as in contract officers, at the end on end of contract leave. C, number of persons employed on contract who are currently working without a signed contract. D, number of persons who have returned from end of contract leave but have not been paid. And E, number of persons whose contract ended on or after January 2017 who were not re-engaged.
Secretary of Health, Wellness and Family Development.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The following represents the answers to the questions. The total number of employees at the Division of Health, Wellness and Family Development is 1,335, and they are in the following categories: public officers, 219, contracted officers, 258, daily paid employees, 840, short-term employees, 18, and there's no category that we pay under other. B, the number of persons on contract or contracted officers who are at the end of contract leave. Number is 9, number of persons employed on contract and who are working without a signed contract. That number is 78. This number changes from time to time. On the D, the number of persons who have returned from end of contract leave and have not yet been paid, that number is 9. Number of persons whose contract ended on or after January 2017 who are not re-engaged, that number is 12. Thank you very much.
Question number 56 by the minority leader, minority councillor.
Question number 56 to the Secretary of Health, Wellness and Family Development. With reference to sections 55.2, compulsory retirement, and 55.3, employment beyond the normal retirement date of the TRHA's human resource policies and procedures, please provide the following information. The number and categories of contract workers who have attained the retirement age of 60 on or before December 31st, 2017, and are still or were retained on contract to date. The number and categories of contract workers who have attained the retirement age of 60 on or before April 30th, 2018, and have been as contracted, indicating that their current contract will not be renewed. And C, the number and categories of contract workers who will attain the age of 60 after the 1st of May 2018, but before December 31st, 2019. And this question was deferred from May 24th, 2018.
Secretary of Health, Wellness and Family Development.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. With reference to section 55, subsection 2, compulsory retirement, and section 55, subsection 3, employment beyond the normal retirement date of the human resources, policies and procedures of the TRHA, the following is provided. The number and categories of contract workers who have attained the retirement age of 60 on or before December 31st, 2017, and are still or will retain on contract to date, that number is 21, and the categories are as follows: dental assistants, dental nurse, district health visitor, enrolled nursing assistant, general manager, operations, histotechnologist, maintenance manager, hyperbaric facility, nursing supervisor, blood bank, pharmacist 1, pharmacist 2, psychiatric social worker, regional dental nurse, senior orthopedic plastic technician, senior health attendant, specialist medical officer acting, speech and language therapist. B, the number and categories of contract workers who have attained the retirement age of 60 on or before April 30th, 2018, and have been contacted, indicating that their current contract will not be renewed. That number is 6. The categories are as follows: central sterilization technician, enrolled nursing assistant, maintenance person for the hyperbaric facility, and senior health attendant. C, the number and categories of contract workers who will attain the age of 60 after May 1st, 2018, but before December 31st, 2019. That number is 31. The categories are as follows: central sterilization services technician, dental nurse, dietary assistant, district health visitor, enrolled nursing assistant, head nurse, health attendant, house officer, medical records officer, pharmacist 3, psychiatric social worker, registered nurse, school health screening assistant, and senior district health visitor. I thank you.
Can I ask that all phones are turned on silent, please? I'm hearing a phone. Go ahead. Are you through?
I am finished.
Okay, thank you. Question number 57 by the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question to the Secretary of Sport and Youth Affairs. In June 2011, the YMCA pool at Black Rock was commissioned. Since then, residents of Tobago, young and old, have benefited from its usage. The facility has been closed for some time now. Please indicate the reason for its closure, the plans to rectify all related issues, including timeliness and estimated costs.
Secretary of Sport and Youth Affairs.
As the name implies, the YMCA pool is 100% owned and managed by the YMCA. The information that you're requesting has not been received as yet, but as soon as we get it from that private entity, we'll pass it on to you.
Question number 58, Minority Leader.
To the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation, and Energy, notwithstanding the fact that Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service falls under the jurisdiction of the Minister of National Security, according to the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Section 23C, which states that all state enterprises which provides service in Tobago shall act in accordance with the policies or programs of the Assembly, please provide information as it relates to the fire prevention and response in Tobago. A, what is the status of the Roxborough Fire Station? B, what is the total number of fire tenders assigned to Tobago District? And of those, how many are in acceptable operating condition according to manufacturer's specification?
Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation, and Energy.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As was stated in the question, the substantive ministry is the Ministry of National Security. The fire services, Madam Presiding Officer, is not a state enterprise. That notwithstanding, the request for the information has been communicated to the Ministry of National Security, and when that information becomes available, I shall be happy to advise the Minority Leader.
Thank you. Question number 59, Minority Leader.
Question to the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Education, Innovation, and Energy. At a conversation with the Prime Minister held in Tobago on August 23, 2018, the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, indicated that the galleon's passage was a slow boat, and it was procured with the aim of traversing the Toco to Tobago route versus the Port of Spain to Tobago route. Please indicate whether the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Kelvin Charles, was aware of this policy decision. Given the unique travel needs of Tobagonians, as also indicated, whether any study was done to determine the number of Tobagonians desirous of traveling to Togo instead of Port of Spain and are willing to travel for over 6 hours when the current travel time is approximately 3 hours.
Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation and Energy.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the challenges on the domestic sea bridge cannot be overemphasized. The current issues on the sea bridge stem from the removal of the Trinidad and Tobago Express from servicing the route on March 13, 2017, which was as a result of an overdue need for dry docking. The government had mandated the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago to acquire 2 fast ferries to service the domestic route. However, they were unsuccessful after 6 attempts, which warranted the intervention of the Prime Minister, having become aware of the situation during a cabinet meeting. Subsequently, a subcommittee of cabinet comprising 4 ministers was appointed by the Prime Minister to negotiate the acquisition of 2 fast ferries for Tobago. The Guardian newspapers reported on July 12, 2018 that the Prime Minister stated, "We are aiming to buy 2 new custom-built ferries," which he said would be fast ferries and would be similar to the TNT Spirit and the TNT Express. Madam Presiding Officer, during the search for the 2 fast ferries, the Galleon Passage was made available for purchase to the government of Trinidad and Tobago at a time when there was no passenger ferry operating between the islands. A decision was taken by the government to procure this vessel, bearing in mind the existing challenges on the sea bridge and the government's long-term vision to resolve the transportation issues. Madam Presiding Officer, the Prime Minister indicated during a radio interview on July 10, 2018, that the Galleon Passage was purchased at a time when the government was desperately looking for a ferry to ease the woes of Tobagonians. However, the Prime Minister noted that the Galleon Passage is not a fast ferry, but an ordinary passenger ferry, and has an estimated journey of just over 4 hours one way. I wish to add that 2 trial runs with the Galleon's Passage from Port of Spain to Scarborough were conducted, and the estimated time thus far was just over 4 hours. Let me also state, Madam Presiding Officer, that during the conversations with the Prime Minister, in quotation, held on August 21st, 2018 at the Scarborough Library, the Prime Minister did reiterate the point that the Galleon's Passage was not a fast ferry. He said, and I quote, "The Galleon's Passage is not a fast ferry. If you want speed, don't go on it. We bought the Galleon's Passage because it was available at the time when we were out looking to acquire fast ferries. Fast ferries are hard to get, but eventually, and I repeat, eventually, we expect to use it from Togo to Tobago. We will have a service from Port of Spain and one from Togo." Madam Presiding Officer, I am aware of the government's decision to construct a port at Togo to service the Tobago Sea Bridge. This was a cabinet decision and was made public by the Minister of Works and Transport in 2017. It was reported that the idea of the port in Togo was first conceptualized some 30 years ago. However, given the recent transportation challenges between both islands, it was determined that now is the best time to implement this project. The construction of this port in Togo, according to the Minister of Works and Transport, is expected to start in 2019. It is anticipated that this link to Tobago will provide an additional alternative to commute to Tobago. It is my understanding that upon completion of the port in Togo, passengers will have an option to commute between Port of Spain and Scarborough or Togo and Scarborough, adding greater accessibility to Tobago. When all ferries eventually come into operation and are servicing the Trinidad and Tobago route, This will augur well for Tobago and by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Given the high transportation demands between both islands, especially during peak period, this kind of development will also aid considerably in making travel between the two islands reasonably hassle-free. Madam Presiding Officer, when one looks at visionary leadership in the context of holistic national and contemporary development, it is clear that the purchase of the Galleon's Passage and the proposed construction of the port in Toko are steps in the right direction in order to ensure an efficient, reliable, and convenient sea bridge between Trinidad and Tobago.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The meandering tune of the Secretary of Education could eventually lose the listener. One of the most poignant questions was whether any surveys were done considering the number of Tobagonians that are desirous of traveling to Tobago. And I would like that question to be answered via Toko.
Chief Secretary.
Madam Presiding Officer, I responded to the question that was asked in the context of the vision for the development of the transportation sector between Trinidad and Tobago.
I repeat, I wish to rephrase the specific question I asked. I asked a question.
Minority Leader, if you're asking the same question, I think
It's
the
not the
Chief Secretary
It's not the
already
same question, Madam
answered
President.
the
The
question.
question he answered is not the question I asked. It's not the question I asked. I asked
it
a
the-
specific question, which is whether any study was done to determine the number of Tobagonians desirous of traveling to Toko instead of Port of Spain. It requires a yes or no. He did not answer the question.
He already answered the question, that same exact question. He said he would have answered it in sharing the vision. Question number 60, Minority Councillor.
Question number 60 to the Secretary of Health, Wellness and Family Development. Pertaining to lawsuits brought against the Tobago Regional Health Authority, the TRHA, please indicate A, the number of lawsuits brought against the TRHA between January 1st, 2013 and July 31st, 2018. B, the category of claims, meaning whether they are employment-related, misdiagnoses, failed procedure, or any other category, and please specify what those categories are. C, the number settled in and out of court. And D, for each settled, the date the settlement was reached, the total sum of the settlement, and the amount of the settlement already disbursed.
Secretary of Health, Wellness and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Pertaining to the lawsuits brought against the Tobago Regional Health Authority, the number of lawsuits from January 1st, 2013 to July 31st, 2018, the answer is 19. The category of claims, these are as follows: medical negligence, employee-related again, termination of services, wrongful dismissal, employee-related injury, and the like. The number settled in and out of court for those 4 settlements, the date the settlement was reached, so we've had September 2015, total sum of the settlement, $271,500. Amount of settlement already disbursed, $271,500. June 2016, total sum of settlement $750,000. Amount of settlement already disbursed $750,000. September 2017, $30,000. Amount of settlement already disbursed $30,000. June 2018, total sum of settlement $784,306.40. The amount of the settlement already disbursed $784,306.40. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 61, Minority Councillor.
Question number 61 to the Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation. In May 2018, 5 new CNG buses were commissioned and placed in service in Tobago via the Public Transport Service Corporation, PTSC. To service these buses, 2 CNG stations were scheduled to be deployed at the Cove Estate. Please indicate, A, whether these 2 CNG stations have been deployed at Cove to service the CNG buses, and if not, when are those scheduled to be deployed? And B, what is the current status of the 5 CNG buses, meaning are they currently being used to service their assigned routes? And if so, how are they serviced if the CNG stations have not been installed at Cove?
Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation.
Madam Presiding Officer, this question will be answered by the Secretary of Settlements and Public Utilities, under whose remit PTSC falls.
Secretary, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The CNG mobile station is 90% completed, and the tentative date for operation will be on the 26th of October, after which the 5 buses would be operational. Thank you.
Minority Councillor.
Madam Presiding Officer, the second part of the question states, what is the current status of those 5 buses? And given that we have not commissioned the CNG station, what have we been doing thus far?
Madam Presiding Officer, as I said before, the CNG mobile station is 90% completed. After the commissioning, the buses would be operational. Thank you.
So for my clarity, are we saying that the buses are not currently operational? And that means they're not being used?
The buses are CNG fueled, and without the CNG plant or the CNG mobile station in operation, there's no other way for them to be functional. Thank you.
Question number 62, Minority Councillor.
Question number 62 to the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation and Energy. In March 2015, the Shore Park Cultural Facility was officially commissioned. Since commissioning, there have been various issues, including electrical and air conditioning malfunctions in 2017 and 2018. Please provide the following information. A, the construction cost of the Shore Park Cultural Facility recorded at commissioning. B, For each type of additional work done after March 2015, please outline the type of work done, the contractor hired to complete the works, and the cost associated with each type of work. And C, are there any outstanding works that need to be completed at the Shore Park Cultural Facility? And what is the estimated time and cost of completion of those works?
Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation and Energy.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Given the fact that the question requires information from 2015, the research continues, and therefore the response is deferred.
Question number 52, Minority Leader.
To the Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation, with reference to the Tobago Jazz Experience 2018, please provide the following information. A, the total number of general and VIP tickets printed for sale. B, the total number of each type of ticket sold at full price and the total revenue made from those sales. C, the total number of tickets sold at reduced prices, given the reduced prices and the total revenue made from those sales. D, how much money was spent on alcohol for the special invited guests? E, how much money was spent on Tobago-based artists, Trinidad-based artists, regional artists, and international artists? F, how much money was spent on each of the following: tent, chairs, lights, stage, sound, and event management? And I hope they are able to answer this question. Thank you.
Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, after the national budget was read in October 2017, there were those who attacked in concept the decision of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to provide funds for festivals in Tobago. Fortunately, the government and the Tobago House of Assembly were not swayed by these attacks, and a decision was made to make the funds available to the Tobago House of Assembly. The Tobago Jazz Experience serves the primary purpose of increasing visitor arrivals and stimulating economic activity. Tickets for the Tobago Jazz Experience 2018 were advertised and sold electronically via the NLCB Lotto booths and Suntix online ticketing system. For a 2-day period, 100 tickets were printed and placed on sale at penny savers, 40 of which were VIP and 60 general admission tickets. Madam Presiding Officer, it is noteworthy to mention that persons were willing to spend more to attend the Tobago Jazz Experience 2018. 1,101 general admission tickets and 1,344 VIP tickets were sold at full price of $600 and $750 respectively. The total revenue earned from ticket sales is $1,668,600. It is to be noted that $666,600 represents sales from general admission tickets and $1,808,000 from VIP tickets. Madam Presiding Officer, a total of 329 tickets were sold at a reduced price as follows: 262 tickets sold at $500 for the general admission special promotion, 41 tickets sold at $360 for the general admission staff special discount, 26 tickets sold at $450 for the VIP admission staff special discount. The total revenue earned is $150,460, which represents $131,000 from the general admission special promotion $14,760 from the general admission staff special discount, and $11,700 from the VIP admission staff special discount. Madam Presiding Officer, a caterer was procured to provide refreshments for the specially invited guests at a cost of $30,000. Madam Presiding Officer, I must state for the record that no monies were spent on artists at the Tobago Jazz Experience 2018. However, this event featured local, regional, and international artists, and the following funds were expended: $104,000 on Tobago-based artists, $180,864.79 on the Trinidad-based artists, $560,156 on regional artists, and $3,687,540.49 on the international artists. Madam Presiding Officer, we would all agree that this was money well spent, as every patron left the event extremely satisfied and already looking forward to the Tobago Jazz Experience 2019. Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago Jazz Experience provides an opportunity for our local entrepreneurs to provide goods and services, which in turn helps to stimulate the local economy. The money spent on the event suppliers as follows: tents, $90,903.50, chairs, $7,655, tables, $4,900, lights, $177,000, stage, $388,277.78, and sound, $965,375. In doing all of the above, Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly gained an even more valuable outcome. The tides have turned, and the reputation of the Tobago Jazz Experience has been restored and burnished to an amazing shine. See you in 2019.
Members' question time is now closed.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, much has been said in the recent past concerning an office for the minority leader. Let me now place on public record the facts pertaining to this matter. I must indicate that the office of the Chief Administrator continues to take the necessary steps in collaboration with the minority to find a suitable and affordable office space. Madam Presiding Officer, prior to 2013, the office assigned to the minority leader was located at the former NIB Mall in Scarborough. This building suffered the same fate of that political party and was eventually demolished during the period 2013 to 2017. Upon coming into office after the 2017 elections, steps were hastily taken to begin the process of securing a suitable office space for the minority leader of the Tobago House of Assembly. Let me hasten to add, Madam Presiding Officer, that an office space was identified by the Office of the Chief Administrator and approved by the Executive Council and proposed to the minority.
Minority
However,
Leader, excuse me, Chief Secretary. Minority Leader, I made a statement at the beginning, and perhaps you were not here, but I asked members that we please be respectful. We have mutual respect for what goes on in the House. The Chief Secretary is making his statement. You have had your time. You will continue to have your time. Okay, but I would not tolerate the outburst. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Let me hasten to add that an office space was identified by the Office of the Chief Administrator and approved by the Executive Council and proposed to the minority. However, this offer was rejected by the minority leader, Assemblyman Watson Duke. Some of the details are as follows. In a letter dated April the 3rd, 2017, that is 2 months after the elections.
He's
Thank you.
asking on a point of order.
Madam Presiding Officer. The minority leader did not reject the office space that was spoken of. As far as I'm aware, we did not, me nor my colleagues, have ever
What is the
rejected
point of
the office
order?
space, and he's not telling the truth in this honorable house. And he's imputing improper motives that he gave us a space and we rejected it.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and for the benefit of the persons who live in Tobago and of course Trinidad and Tobago, I shall subsequently release to the press a copy of that correspondence. In a letter dated April the 3rd, 2017, that is 2 months after the elections of 2017, Minority Leader Assemblyman Watson Duke responded to Chief Administrator Ray Sandy, expressing his refusal of the THA's proposed office space on the second floor of the Agricultural Development Bank building, which was identified and approved by the Executive Council for use by the Minority Leader. In his response, Mr. Duke indicated that the building and the elevator to the second floor posed a number of accessibility-related challenges to Tobagonians. Mr. Duke further outlined the following as his basis for refusal of the ADB building in the same letter to the Chief Administrator, Ray Sandy, dated April the 3rd, 2017. 1. The ADB building is outside the main pedestrian traffic of Scarborough. This inaccessibility is compounded by being the only Tobago House of Assembly building that requires an onerous trek to the highest end of Scarborough to the incline on which the building was constructed. 2, claustrophobia, which is the fear of enclosed spaces. Elevators are new to Tobago. This is what he said in his letter. At present, there are only a few members of the public who would have cause to use one. Regular use might have minimized the unfamiliarity and lessened the fear of using it. In addition, our research, and I'm quoting here, still, the Minority Leader's response, that there is a significant number of individuals in Tobago, both abled and disabled, who are indeed claustrophobic. The office of the Minority Leader is no experiment for 60,000 Tobagonians who are entitled to visit and communicate with me on any issue of their choice. I would have thought, Madam Presiding Officer, that given the fact that they are physically challenged persons, that the use of an elevator or the presence of one would have been a totally acceptable approach to ensuring that 60,000 people could have at least visited if they felt they had a need to visit. 3, the ADB second floor is not accessible to the claustrophobic, physically challenged Tobagonian because the only access is via the small elevator and the long staircase to the second floor. And in accordance to the definition of disability barriers as defined by the World Health Organization, the ADB second floor space is unacceptable and the minority leader treats it as discrimination against the disabled. The internal construct of the ADB second floor is such that there are only 2 built offices. It therefore does not allow for office space for critical functionaries and facilities needed by the minority office, including legal advisor, senior economist, communication specialist, library, conference room. Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to put on record that while the minority leader's preference is for an office space located in the hub of Scarborough, not all offices of the Tobago House of Assembly are located within the hub of Scarborough, including the Chief Secretary's office, which is located at the Cod Lahore Administrative Complex, Cod Lahore. I would also like to make another reference to the Chief Secretary office at Cod Lahore Administrative Complex, noting that this office is currently located on the 2nd floor of the building, accessible by elevator or by staircase. Madam President, also draw reference to Executive Council Minute 449 of October 20, 1995, which outlines the provision of accommodation and staff for the Office of the Minority Leader, Tobago House of Assembly, which includes 1 research officer, 1 secretary office manager, and 1 messenger cleaner. Madam Presiding Officer, I give the assurance that the Office of the Chief Secretary continues to work assiduously and cooperatively with the minority to identify an office space that is mutually agreeable to both the minority leader and the Executive Council of the Tobago House of Assembly in the soonest possible time. To date, the following buildings have been identified as possible locations and were given consideration for use. They have either been rejected by the minority or the THA as being unsuitable for a number of reasons or were unavailable for use. These buildings include the Caroline Building on Wilson Road, the PWHA Building on Main Street, Scarborough, Pusat Building on Bacalet Connector Road, TTMF Building on Jerningham Street, Scarborough, Kumar Building on Northside Road, Rockletville, Scarborough, Yachts Building on Smithfield Road, Lower Scarborough, Kennedy's Building on Upper Main Street, Scarborough. The Chief Administrator has advised that a building deemed suitable by the minority leader located on Main Street, Scarborough is currently under consideration. I am further advised that the owner of the property is out of the country and should be returning shortly in a matter of days. Discussions will take place, and if the building is found suitable and the rental requested is in the range approved by the Valuations Division, a recommendation will be made for the consideration of the Executive Council on this matter. Madam Presiding Officer, as you can clearly see, every effort has been made and continues to be made to provide adequate office space for use by the minority office.
Personal explanations, introductions of bills, motion relating to the business or sitting of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary, public business, executive council business, private business, motion.
Member for Palatuvia, Lansome, Speyside.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to present to this House for approval a motion that I believe is a Tobago first motion. The motion reads, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996 in its 5th schedule lists education, including curriculum, as a responsibility of the THA, and whereas Tobago subscribes to a national curriculum that originates from the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and that aims to translate national development goals to classroom instruction, and whereas Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture can and should be incorporated into the delivery of lessons by respective teachers, and whereas having pupils or students knowledgeable of Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance and culture is critical to Tobago's thrusts for greater autonomy and developing its tourism sector among other industries, be it resolved that this House mandates the Division of Education, Innovation and Energy to construct an appropriately named subject with varying levels, which will specifically incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance. And be it further resolved that beginning in the 2019-2020 academic year, this subject becomes mandatory for all Tobago pupils or students enlisted at government and government-assisted schools between nursery school and the lower secondary school, and be taught using a combination of modern teaching techniques, the arts, and field trips. I indicated, Madam Presiding Officer, that this motion is a Tobago First motion. And I call it a Tobago First motion or Tobago First proposition because the motion requires us to stop and to think about Tobago and Tobago alone. And that's not from an isolationist perspective, but it's from a perspective whereby we ask ourselves, how do we preserve the things we identify as Tobagonian? How do we entrench them? How do we keep them safe while simultaneously participating, actively that is, participating in a broader Trinbago culture? And for everyone in this House, Madam Presiding Officer, I am sure we have experiences whereby when we interact with that which is called Trinbago culture, it is often dominated by a more ubiquitous Trini culture. I'm sure that when we add to the mix globalization and what the CNNization of the world is doing to small cultures, we see even more reason for us to find a way to entrench our cultures, our knowledge of our history and our heritage, and so forth. I'm sure for everyone in this House, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm sure that we have all been called a Trini mistakenly at some point. And I'm sure we have all witnessed the annoyance of Trinis when we kindly point out that we are not Trinis because we are from Tobago. And I'm sure that we have seen things Trinbago being represented by 100% of the faces, the accent, the language, the music, the culture, being Trinidadian and not including Tobago. And so this motion is critical to our development, our social development, and this motion also carries with it the weight of positive economic implications. Madam Presiding Officer, but more importantly, one of the questions I want us to ask ourselves in this House today is how much do we really know about our environment, our history, heritage, governance, and culture? If we should do a poll of, let's say, first form secondary school students across the island, we ask them some of the basic knowledge questions about the island of Tobago. Questions such as our square footage, perhaps who was Sandy the freedom fighter, perhaps if we ask them to narrate for us the process for using a dirt oven, or even the process for building one. Maybe if we ask them for a short biography of James Bigat, the truth is we may not get correct responses. In fact, we will be met with ignorance and perhaps even worse, indifference. But if we are honest as adults in this island, and we ask ourselves, what do we really, or how much do we really know about our island, we will recognize that we know far less than we should actually know. And it is important that this motion be approved by this House, because it is the perfect way for us to entrench things to Vagonian, as opposed to what we do normally. Now, the truth is, the Tobago Heritage Festival is good, but that's not sufficient. Blue Food Festival is good, but that is not sufficient in entrenching the things to Vagonian and the kinds of indigenous knowledge that we want to entrench. Because going to a stage performance for the Heritage Festival, you will laugh, you will pick up some tidbits of information there, and so on. But as opposed to really knowing, it requires some more. And I have a few personal experiences that I will share. In fact,
Assemblyman. My deepest apologies to have to interrupt you. But it has just come to my attention that the Deputy Presiding Officer will not be attending the proceedings, and therefore we have to go through the exercise of electing one. I was attempting to wait to a point where I thought I could get a break with you, and again, I must apologize, but the information just came to us that we have to proceed with having the clerk perform the exercise in the standing orders to have you elect a Deputy Presiding Officer.
Okay, members, the presiding officer has left the House. So I am now called on, need to appoint someone to preside over the sitting. So I'm asking if someone could elect someone or nominate someone to lead of assembly business.
I thank you, Madam Clerk. In accordance with Section 11.2 of the Standing Orders, I hereby nominate Assemblyman Shamari Hector to preside over the remainder of the current sitting, 18th sitting of the Tobago House.
Do we have a seconder?
Madam Clerk, I beg to second motion moved by the Leader of Assembly Business Council.
Are there any more nominations? Member for Mount Irving, Bethel. May I take the chair? No. No. No? All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Ayes have it.
Thank you kindly. Member, please continue.
Thank you, Member, Mr. Temporary Presiding Officer. And I was at the point, members of the House, where I was explaining why it is critical for us as an island to do more than just have these festivals as a way of entrenching Tobago, knowledge of Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, governance, and so on. And, you know, to be honest, if I were to ask my fellow Spaceidians to create a word, to explain to me the use of the water wheel that we pass every single day and that we all grew up around, the majority will be unable to do so. And I also have a feeling that the majority of Tobagonians also doesn't understand the history behind it. Because if we did, then we wouldn't have stolen the copper cauldrons that were once there and that were once used for boiling the sugarcane juice. It pains my heart, or rather it pained my heart while I taught at Speyside High School. And I am happy to see two of Tobago's best schools in the house, and happens to be my two favorite schools on the island. But it pained my heart whenever I would say to students, look, your school was built on the Trois-Rivières estate, and you today can read for free. When some years ago, your ancestors couldn't be found picking up a book, but they don't even realize that, and it's the indifference to that, I think, is even bigger than the ignorance to the facts. There is a report done by UNESCO in 2009. It's a UNESCO World Report entitled Investing in Cultural Diversity and Intercultural Dialogue. And this report from UNESCO says, the diversity, and I quote, the diversity of human cultures means the wealth of languages, ideas, beliefs, kinship, systems, customs, tools, artistic works, rituals, and other expressions they collectively embody amidst of many explanations and interpretations. Globalization is often seen as a unidirectional and unidimensional process driven by Western-dominated global market economy and tending to standardize, streamline, and transnationalize in ways inimical to cultural diversity. In other words, Mr. Temporary Presiding Officer, in other words, what UNESCO has found is that with globalization, it's even more challenging for small states, and in particular, small island states like ours. And in Tobago's context, we have a double whammy, because we are part of a twin island republic where our twin brother is much bigger than we are, so clearly we're not identical twins. And then we have on top of that the global stream of information that tends to tell us our indigenous ways of living and thinking and our indigenous creativities, that somehow they are wrong. And the truth is, we have seen how globalization has allowed for rock music and pop music to eclipse indigenous music, to drown out indigenous food. and our appetites become changed by what we see on television. But the only way to preserve those things is for us to do more than just have the Blue Food Festival. In fact, it might work to our health advantage if we begin to, in a very methodological manner, teach our young people the kinds of indigenous foods they should eat, how they should prepare them, and how it is we have ancestors, grandparents, a few generations back, were literally outliving us. And so this motion, it acknowledges at the start the fact that there is a national curriculum, and the national curriculum is geared towards realizing national goals, and that is fine. It also acknowledges that at present, a teacher, any teacher in the classroom, using the curriculum that we actually have now, can utilize Tobago-centric examples in a way of providing what we call an authentic learning and teaching experience. But the reality is that not sufficient, it's insufficient the amount of work our teachers have been putting in with regards to sharing Tobago-centric information with our young people. And if we should go and question the young people in the gallery today and they don't know, I don't think we can blame them. But we have to blame the adults on the island, the parents, and the teachers, I will say, will have to take the majority of the blame. But so that's clearly not happening. It's not happening as it should happen. And so while there is room within the national curriculum for us to inject our Tobagonian-ness in it, it is not happening sufficiently. That is the reality. The motion also acknowledges that should we do this, we could see greater returns in our tourism sector, because the youngest child among us should be able to be an impromptu tour guide. Any visitor interacting with any child on this island should, in reality, be flooded with a wealth of information about the island. And that's also how you build patriotism and build pride. We don't build patriotism by telling people, oh, don't criticize us when we do wrong, don't bad talk us, don't condemn us. I mean, no one should really care about patriotism to leaders as much as we should care about patriotism to the island. And one way of building patriotism and patriots is by ensuring that we teach our young people. And so the motion resolves to do two things. One, it wants the Division of Education to come up with an appropriately named subject, with varying levels, of course, because if we talk in nursery school to lower secondary school, then the levels will change accordingly. Come up with a curriculum that will cover these things. And secondly, we are asking that this curriculum be administered as a subject between nursery school and lower secondary school, and we were specific enough to insist that this be done using modern teaching techniques, the arts, and field trips. Because we didn't want to just create this subject, whether it will be called Tobago Studies or whatever, and then just dump it in the secondary schools to be taught. We want this subject to be taught by the seniors in the community. Schools can invite the seniors to come in. Schools can invite the artisans to come in. Schools can invite the cooks, the village cooks, to come in as a way of teaching this. So this doesn't have to be taught solely by teachers in the social sciences department of the schools. Additionally, some of the teaching should be done via field trips. And I must commend the Secretary with responsibility for tourism for the initiative with the tourism ambassadors within the secondary school system. That is good. And what this motion does is that it expands on that, so that by the time a Tobago child gets to third form, a Tobago child is very knowledgeable about his or her own culture and environment, governance, how they are governed, and so on. I want to also indicate to this House, Mr. Temporary Presiding Officer, that when this motion was being crafted, one of the things that I forced myself to look at is the issue of time and how we're going to divide periods, how is it going to fit? Because I know my colleagues in the teaching service, and I know the first thing they will do on hearing this is more work for me again, and they will put up a defensive wall. But if we look at it in the secondary system, periods are usually between 35 and 40 minutes a period. Most schools tend to go with 40 minutes a period and do 8 periods per day, as in class sessions per day. In first form, most secondary schools in first form will offer between 11 and 13 subjects. At Speyside High School, there is 16, and that tells you what can fit into the normal teaching schedule. And I don't see that this subject will require more than 30 minutes in a week, or 40 minutes in a week, because what we're doing is bit by bit adding information and giving information to our children. And so I believe strongly that it can fit within the teaching system as we have it now. And the motion recognizes that the THA has authority for education, including curriculum. Those are the words, the precise words of the 5th schedule. But why should we do this? And I've been looking for examples around the world of something similar happening, because we tend to think in this country that if it's not happening elsewhere, then it shouldn't happen here, when in reality we should be pioneers of our own governance and our own policy making. Notwithstanding that, I found a couple examples. I'm going to start furthest afield, starting in Turkey, in a region called Koskoy. And in Koskoy, they have what is called the whistling language or the bird language, where people literally speak by way of whistling. The region is mountainous and it's an agrarian region, and the folks there whistle to communicate real messages. They can whistle to say they need food. They can whistle to say, we ran out of sacks to put our produce, bring some more sacks to me. They can whistle to say, we are injured. And in 2017, UNESCO found that the language was at risk of dying, because there are only about 10,000 people in Turkey who can translate between the whistling language and other languages. Only 10,000. And now, Turkey is a very broad region. And so what is now happening in the Koskoy region and areas where the language was spread across to the Black Sea region is that they are now teaching the language in schools. Now, I could imagine if this was Tobago. I could imagine parents would have said, me na send me pick me a school for go learn for whistle. But in Turkey, notwithstanding the fact that this is a minority culture, it's a minority language, they have decided that in order to preserve it, we must teach it to our children. We must teach them it diligently. And so that's how they're preserving that language in Turkey. I had a personal experience in Jamaica, and I'm coming closer to home. Thanks. When studying linguistics, I was asked, or rather forced, to be part of a pioneering project where we taught English language as a second language. Because the reality for Jamaicans, as is the reality for most Tobagonians, is that English is not the first language or the vernacular. And so we went to classrooms in rural Jamaica, addressed the students in Jamaican Creole as opposed to, or what Jamaicans call patois, what we will call a dialect, as opposed to English language, and then taught English language as a second language. Why was that project done by Professor Devonish and others? Because Jamaicans feel that their language is so sacrosanct that they must find ways to protect their Jamaican patois. And everyone in this room knows the economic value of the Jamaican patois, that we have actors from around the world faking the Jamaican tongue, trying to sound the Jamaican. And then we have players across the Caribbean region also trying to sound Jamaican in their music and so on, because they feel that that will sell faster. So there is economic value to sustaining your culture. And I'm happy to say that while I taught at Space at High, that's a strategy I use for teaching English. Teach English as a second language, as opposed to teaching it as a first language. But the reality, that's a skill I would have picked up, but not all teachers. And so having this subject allows us to find ways to tap into the resources of our community elders, our community leaders, those who bake bread for every funeral and wake, those who control the big pots to make the fish broth, those who know how to build a dirt oven from scratch, those who know how to do traditional forms of masonry and carpentry and so on. These kinds of indigenous knowledge, including agriculture, those are the things we need to pass on to our children in a more formal way in order to entrench it. And I want to also give the example of Scotland, because in Scotland, they have made it mandatory for their students up to lower school age, up to about 14, to be schooled in Scottish history and governance. Scotland is part of a framework in the United Kingdom where they have devolved power, quite like we have some devolved power here in Tobago. The Scottish children must also do the Cambridge exams for O's and A's, just as every other student in the United Kingdom. Yet Scotland is doing this with their children, and the children are able to master Scottish history and governance while simultaneously compete with the rest of the United Kingdom at the national examinations. Why I'm raising this example? Because similarly, for us in Tobago, we can bring this to our children and simultaneously have our children compete with Trinidad and Tobago and the rest of the region. In fact, I have marked CXC, or Cape, rather, up to last year. And one of the things that always stuck out to me, well, two of the things. One, I will see several papers from Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular Tobago, and I will see basic stuff about reefs or about tourism, and our children will seldom use actual Tobago examples. They will use examples from all over the world, except the examples right at their doorstep. And the second thing that stands out is that sometimes and many times when our children attempt to use Tobago examples, they use them wrong. They give wrong information. And that is worrying. Apologies. Oh, sorry. And that is worrying. I've also seen where in Wales, Welsh is a compulsory language that must be done until 14. Currently, I'm having an experience with Bishop's High School, where we're trying to do some research on the founders of the school. And you wouldn't believe, Mr. Temporary Presiding Officer, that in doing this research, we are having troubles getting information from even the Anglican Church that started the school, because the information is just not there. I was a student at Bishop's for 7 years, and it's only in doing this research now that I found out that Bishop's was the first co-ed school in all of Trinidad and Tobago, at a time when there were only 8 schools. So Tobago provided the first co-educational institution. Never knew that as a student. I never knew as a student that the school I was attending was the first school that was purpose-built for poor blacks. in a time when the colonialism set up a class structure that catered for what we perhaps call today the 1%ers. I never knew that. I never knew James Bigard had any role to play with the school, and that when Bishop Anstey was getting troubles to get the school assistance from the government, Bigard went down to Trinidad and told them that Tobago is no ward like them little ward in Trinidad, and that Trinidad wants to keep Tobago in darkness and they must not do that. Never knew Bigard was so active. But guess what? None of this information was passed on to me. And I am almost certain it's not being passed on now. Because unfortunately, within our schooling system, if it's not on the curriculum, teachers don't have time to teach it. Teachers teach strictly to their subjects, and that's it. They don't go above and beyond. And so this motion calls for us to force some change within our schooling system. It may cause a little disruption, but I have never seen positive change without some disruption.
Member, having respect for the time, for the fact that your presentation was interrupted, you have 10 minutes speaking time remaining.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, you are a quick learner. Oh, temporary presiding officer. I guess I'm not as quick at learning as you are. But yes, this gives us an opportunity to cause some disruption in the system in order to create a positive outcome. Because we have to. Let's be honest. Trinidadians not going to be teaching our children Tobago's history. Trinidadians are not going to go down to UE afterwards and try to do the necessary research and preserve our artifacts on the island. We must do that for ourselves. And it is not a sin to do it for yourself. It is not obscene. It is not anti-Trinbago. In fact, it is very pro-Trinbago for us to know who we are and for us to teach our children our rich heritage and legacy. We just simply have to do it in a more formal manner in order to preserve what we will call our indigenous knowledge. At present, United Nations and WTO and several world governing bodies are finding out the hard way that their strategies for Africa are failing. But while their strategies for Africa are failing, they are finding out when they apply their resource to the existing indigenous knowledge in the area, for example, in agriculture and so on, along some of the driest areas, they are discovering that with all the technologies the West has, the knowledge is already there. We must preserve that kind of indigenous knowledge, and we do so by teaching it to our children diligently. Now, I know many folks in this house go to church, and I try to avoid the biblical references. But I always tend to return to the biblical references because most of Tobagonians have an affinity for that. It's part of their base knowledge. And so I will go there because it will help Tobagonians looking understand this even better. When the children of Israel successfully left Egypt, traveled through the wilderness as we are told, and got to Canaan, one of the instructions given, and is given in the book of Deuteronomy, is that the parents, the grandparents, were to teach their children diligently. Let them know what happened down in Egypt, how they overcame, how they got out, what was the cause of their success. And the reason God instructed the children of Israel to do that is so that the children of Israel, the nation of Israel, will not go astray. They will not leave the side of God. They will not forget how God helped them. Similarly, we have an opportunity to begin to teach our children diligently through the formal system. We know the parents not going to do it. We know the heritage groups, many of them tend to operate only around heritage time, so there is no real time for passing on institutional knowledge. Every year I attend Charlottesville Heritage, I see the same seniors doing the same things. And I'm sure if those seniors decide one year that we will seek out, Charlottesville Heritage will have a problem. And that should not be. And the way we remedy that is by us finding a way to teach our children formally. Now, this overture is by no means simple. It's not going to happen by just waving a magic wand. And I know some will ask, is one academic year enough to construct the curriculum and so on for this? And I say yes, because a curriculum is an evolving formula, meaning that it doesn't remain the same. It has to be revised time and time again. And we can't possibly load everything into the curriculum at the first go. But I'm saying let us have a go at it. Let us have a start at it. Let us do something different, completely different to any other section of Trinidad and Tobago. And let's ensure that though we have lost the old ones, including some of us inside this house, let us ensure we don't lose our young people whom we have a chance to educate, not just of the things of the world, but educate them about things Tobagonian. And if we do that, then I promise you, Madam Presiding Officer, we won't have to have slogans like standing defense of Tobago anymore. Because the real way to standing defense of Tobago is to teach your children things Tobagonian and let them make a judgment call for themselves. We won't have to replace patriotism with xenophobia because we'll be confident in the castles of our own skin. We won't have to worry about Trinis coming to take over our land because our young people will know the value of the lands that they would have inherited from their parents. And so this is a win-win for all Tobagonians. And that's why I call this motion a Tobago first proposition. And that's why I wish that I will receive support from all of the House today as we seek to remedy a gap, to bridge a gap within our schooling system. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Apologies, Madam Presiding Officer, I so move.
Members, the question proposed. Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, in its 5th schedule, lists education, including curriculum, as a responsibility of the THA. And whereas Tobago subscribes to a national curriculum that originates from the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and that aims to translate national development goals to classroom instruction. And whereas Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture can and should be incorporated into the delivery of lessons by representative teachers. And whereas having pupils, students, knowledgeable of Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture is critical to Tobago's thrust for greater autonomy and developing its tourism sector among other industries. Be it resolved that this House mandate the Division of Education, Innovation, and Energy to construct an appropriately named subject with varying levels, which will specifically incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance. Be it further resolved that beginning in the 2019 to 2020 academic year, this subject becomes mandatory for all Tobago pupils, students enlisted at government and government-assisted schools between nursery school and lower secondary school, and be taught using a combination of modern techniques, not modern teaching techniques, the arts, and field trips. Chief Secretary,
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, let me from the outset indicate to the mover of this motion that we understand and we appreciate the spirit and the intent of the motion. But of course, we have some differences in respect of your particular prescription that you would have identified in the resolution itself. Madam Presiding Officer, the member did indicate, among other things, in his preamble to the motion, that whereas Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture can and should be incorporated in the delivery of lessons by representative teachers, the member suggests that to the extent that these factors are not now done significantly by representative teachers, may have to do with the fact that it is not clearly delineated in the curriculum. But I wish to say to the member, I have always said that if you diagnose incorrectly, you are likely to prescribe incorrectly. And therefore, to my mind, the challenge is not so much the curriculum, because the member did in fact indicate that there are opportunities, given the structure of the curriculum at this time, to incorporate all of the elements that he would have identified or outlined in his motion. But the member feels very strongly that the only way to treat with it is to create or add additional disciplines. The motion didn't suggest a name. And to ensure and to make it mandatory, to ensure that it is taught. But as the member very well knows, because the member has been teaching for some time, that one of the problems we have in this country really has to do with our measurement systems. Because what is not measured is not usually taught. The member knows that quite well. More than that, the member hints at the fact that one of the weaknesses in the system has to do with the depth and the capacity of research by our teachers or practitioners in respect of the work that they do. I, this morning, addressed a principal's retreat, and one of the issues that I did raise had to do with a question I posed to them. And I asked them, in respect of the teachers under your command, how many of these teachers really prepare their work before they enter the classroom? I am sure if I were to ask the mover of the motion, I am sure I am not at all suggesting that the member would not have prepared. The member may be one of those who would have diligently attend to his task. But I'm sure the member is aware of a number of his colleagues who would have gone to the classrooms without being adequately prepared. I recall, Madam Presiding Officer, when I was a maths facilitator in the primary system, I went to a school and I asked a teacher of the infants class, I said, I'm here to see you do a maths lesson. And normally, the lesson time for infants is usually 15 to 20 minutes. And without exaggeration, after about 5 to 7 minutes, that teacher, who was a trained teacher, and who was a teacher who had been trained before I was trained, indicated to me that she could not continue. And we're talking about an infant class. What was clear is that that teacher had not prepared. I can say to you again, I have a good friend who works out of the school administration system in the United States. We were in college together. And I recall we were speaking at one time, it was close to midnight when he called me. And at that time, he was vice principal of a school. And I asked him, I said, but what are you doing up this hour? And he said to me, he was preparing his work to teach. That's a vice principal of a school in the United States. I said, but when you came out of college, I am not sure how many times you would have prepared lessons before you entered your classroom. And his response was, boy, it's different up here. So that the challenge we face really is how do we get our teachers to become a little bit more clinical in the preparation of their work. And it is for that reason that one of the concepts that we would have on this side been talking about is metanoia, which is a transformation of the mind, a kind of renaissance, because that is what is required. The truth be told, unless there is sufficient measurement and accountability within the system, we would always have the challenge of insufficient work being done in several subject areas. And I trust when the time comes, at least the mover of the motion would be prepared to engage me in respect of what kinds of accountability systems that we could lead the world in putting in place to ensure that whatever outputs come out of the education system really are the outputs that we want. Because there is, in fact, a weakness in respect of the process or the system of accountability within our schools. Having said that, Madam Presiding Officer, the truth be told, there already exists subjects at the early childhood, primary, and secondary levels with extensive focus on the environment, history, heritage, and governance, et al. And in fact, my two colleagues who will speak on this motion today will address in some detail what is to be done at the early childhood and lower primary and the secondary levels. So that as we go forward, teachers must be encouraged to focus extensively on the Tobago environment because it's part of the curriculum, as it is. Given the structure of the curriculum, I am sure the member is aware that at least at the primary level, there is what you call the primary curriculum rewrite. A couple of years ago, there was a revision of the primary school curriculum, and the emphasis was on the utilization of a thematic approach to the teaching in the primary schools. And in fact, one of the 9 areas in the primary school is social studies. And social studies does allow, as the member really knows, for the integration of a number of the core disciplines, sociology, economics, geography, history, politics, which are all the areas that are covered in the motion. And the challenge really is how do we organize around these thematic approaches? I am aware, Madam Presiding Officer, that one of the difficulties experienced by teachers is the lack or insufficient amount of in-service training in respect of the development of the appropriate skill sets for structuring these curriculum items or projects. And it was in that context that in June of this year, we commissioned the Teachers Professional Center so as to provide these opportunities for our teachers. Because interestingly, the research shows that once you use an integrative thematic approach to the teaching of the curriculum in the primary schools, you tend to generate greater interest among the students. And in fact, what the member is suggesting as contemporary approaches to teaching are approaches any good teacher over years would have been able to use. Field trips is not new. The member in his contribution made reference to the Heritage Festival, and in such reference he spoke about principally senior persons, let's say in Charlottesville, are the ones who are engaged in the Heritage Festival. But Madam Presiding Officer, I was in Charlottesville last year and again this year. And in fact, the member was part of the trek from the Fort Campbellton, right through the village. And the member would have been aware of the number of young persons that were involved in that trek. And the truth be told, as one who would have taught before, whilst there is the formal curriculum, much of what we learn comes from the informal curriculum. The member is patently aware of that, I am sure. So that even that is significant. But in respect of the utilization of this thematic approach, what we also need to ensure, and the member hinted at it because he did say that we are in a national context, and clearly we do national exams and regional exams. And therefore what must be done is that there ought to be a balance. We must always strive to achieve a balance between local, national, and regional. Because at the end of the day, as he self-indicated, as the member himself indicated, our students are part of a national environment. And they are assessed nationally and regionally. And therefore, we also have to have this balance. So that there is a potential challenge if we were to focus too extensively on the local. And even if we were to do that, then I am suggesting that the way to solve the problem fundamentally is to ensure that our teachers are well-trained and well-prepared to do the required research and to organize the content and mobilize the resources to effect their teaching strategies and the learning activities in which the students will be engaged in. The simple fact of the matter, Madam Presiding Officer, is that there is something called the fundamental solution. And whilst the member refers to some challenge or distraction, I think he called it, I think those energies must be focused on getting our practitioners to do what is required. It's as simple as that, in the sense of having the fundamental solution. You know, I could use a medical analogy. If, for example, one is a pre-diabetic, all that one may be required to do might be to change one's diet and engage in some exercise. And at that level, that's the fundamental solution. But if that doesn't happen and it progresses, then the fundamental solution changes. It might go to the point where the member has to, where the person has to have some limb or something, you know, amputated. But the point I'm making is that if you don't do the fundamental solutions and you do other things, the fundamental solution deteriorates over time. And since we can't really replace our practitioners, the responsibility is to ensure that they are seized with the requisite skills in order to do the job. So given the thematic approach to instruction in the primary level, the themes that guide instruction are heavily grounded in history, heritage, and culture. And you know, Madam Presiding Officer, as one who taught myself, I really, at the time, had loved the teaching of social studies. Because whilst the thematic approach allows for a shift really in teaching and learning, it really allows for the development of an integrative approach, one that facilitates, if one wishes, the creation of a sort of tapestry that allows for a number of elements to be pulled together in a coherent whole. So it provides the kind of linkages and connections to those students. It also allows for a range of teaching strategies, as well as the use and deployment of several resources. And for example, Madam Presiding Officer, let's take a topic like my community, my island, my country. And the context is one where one would wish to focus on the people who came to this country, including their past and their contributions, understanding the role that they and their descendants played and are playing, a context that would allow for an appreciation of the community, the island, Tobago, as well as the country's achievements. It would allow for the development and appreciation of the different peoples who arrived, and thereby stimulate an interest and a desire to become respectful and law-abiding citizens. And the member made a point when he talked about his research, recent research, in respect of some of the pioneers at Bishop's High School. And incidentally, that is one of the challenges we face in Tobago, the availability of research material and work done by Tobagonians about Tobago. I mean, one of the famous persons is Susan Craig, and she would have done 2 volumes, and I know she's working on another publication. I look forward eagerly to the member sharing his research with us, so that we can provide some additional research material for the teachers. So that in looking at a topic like, as I said, my community, my island, my country, and the range of interests that can be included, I taught at the Lekoto Anglican School for some time. And at that time, I did some research on the village of Lekoto, the community of, we say Lekoto, because I had to teach the issue of my community. And as the teacher, I had to do the research in order to formulate, first of all, the kinds of objectives that we would want, the content, and then, of course, to engage the students in appropriate learning activities. And I'm saying, once you do that and you take the time to do your planning, a number of things will come to you. Because I'm just suggesting that in something like that, at the end of the learning experience, you could have, and this list is not exhaustive, 1, students will demonstrate a basic knowledge of their community, their island, and their country. And for students to do that, if that is one of the learning objectives, it means that the teacher, the practitioner, must provide the work. And that is where the problem is. If you don't plan and you just go into the classroom, you wouldn't do it. So that even if you have a formal curriculum with a mandate, and assuming you go that route, if you can go that route, and the teacher, the average teacher, is not disposed or predisposed to plan and organize his or her work, you're back to square one. And I remember, as part of that research, I came to recognize that Le Coteau is really French for the knives. And the community would have had its name because of the number of hills that are shaped like knives. But I didn't find that directly in a textbook with the content and the development or teaching of my community. I had to do the research relevant to the particular community, and this is what is required. Describe major changes that took place. An objective like this allows for one to determine what were the changes over time, delineating, of course, your context, your historical context, when you're starting, and so on, and allowing for even the students, depending on the level at which you're doing it, to be engaged in the necessary research by interviewing, by discussing small groups and so on, by providing specific activities for the students to be engaged in. And of course, that's one of the challenges we have in our schools, the methodologies that we use. Because the truth be told, there are some approaches that lead to inquiry and discovery. And the learnings that are generated from that approach, those learnings are better internalized and are easily recalled. Another objective one may wish to consider: research, identify, and construct models of artifacts used in the early days. And this is in this context, for example, that a teacher who is teaching at Speyside can take a group of students to Charlottesville in the context of doing a unit on my island, for example, and can pay attention to the cocoa house that is there, recognizing what the cocoa house was about, can in fact also take a trip to the river that is used as part of the Heritage Festival trek and explore the washing and so on that would normally take place there. There is no law against that. As a matter of fact, that is encouraged. But it's not now done. And because of the question or the issue of one, accountability, and two, if something is not measured, it is not done. And that's the challenge. We saw it years ago, and that was why they had to introduce the essay or creative writing component in the CE examination. And you realize that emphasis is now being placed on the teaching of mathematics, the teaching of language arts, and the teaching of creative writing. Very little is done with science and social studies. And those are mandatory subjects on the curriculum as we speak. And that is why we need to treat with the fundamental issues and not the symptoms. Identify outstanding personalities in their communities and island. Again, students could be asked to list. They can be asked to research their profiles. This is part, so that the limitation really, I would wish to advise the member, is not in the absence of a Tobago-centric curriculum. The limitation is in the willingness of the practitioner to engage the process of research and presentation of that research as part of the planning, the preparation of schemes or programs of work, and the preparation of lesson plans that are to be delivered in respect of the curriculum. List, photograph, explain historical sites, etc. is another objective that would be relevant. And we're talking photograph. Most people, most children, even some young ones, they have phones with cameras. It should be an exciting thing to have them go and photograph these historical sites. and then engage the process of inquiry and discovery and so on for additional information. Describe agricultural practices is another objective that one can come up with in respect of a particular community, and thereby encourage valuing, because one of the things that the member knows quite well is that in respect of teaching and learning, there is the knowledge component and there is the affective component, one where students are taught to value the importance of various things, and there is the skill component. In some instances, psychomotor skill, in other instances, skills of research, critical thinking, and so on and so forth. Explore legacy cultural practices relevant to the community. Now, I am not sure whether the member who presented the motion ever danced the cocoa before he became an assemblyman. But I saw the member enjoying himself dancing the cocoa last Heritage. I don't know that our students have to wait to become an assemblyman to know about the dancing of the cocoa and what that means. So, Madam Presiding Officer, quite frankly, as I indicated, much of what the member would have said, we are comfortable with. Because the simple fact of the matter is, it has to do with the provision of certain kinds of information. It has to do with the development of certain kinds of value skills that we all need and that the society needs, the national community as well. Where we part company is in his prescription, because we really do not think that what he's proposing is absolutely necessary. We think that the fundamental solution, as I indicated before, really rests with getting our teachers up to speed. Now, I do not know, for example, that there are instructional coaches in mathematics and English language in Trinidad as we speak. But we would have introduced those persons because we recognize the deficiency, particularly in respect of teacher competencies in those subject areas, and the need to ensure that we provide the opportunities for our teachers to develop these competencies so that they can teach these students and our children quite effectively. And therein lies the challenge. So this shift that was started a couple of years ago and therefore requires some work and some development, as I indicated, is one that would move from exclusive experiences in respect of discrete and separate subjects to one that locates the content of what is to be taught within integrated themes, which provides, as I said, the necessary breadth and the depth for the development of the content. And therefore, one is not restricted. One just has to ensure that one's learning objectives are consistent with the themes, and more than that, that one's modes of delivery and the use of the resources are resources that will match the particular teaching strategies that are employed with the learning activities that the students should be engaged in. As I indicated, Part of the challenge has to do with some level of resistance.
The member's speaking time is up.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I beg that the speaking time of the honorable member be extended by a further 10 minutes.
The question is that the speaking time of the honorable member be extended by a further 10 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Any against? Your speaking time has been extended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As I was making the point that part of the challenge has to do with some level of resistance by our teachers, and this is not Kelvin Charles saying so. There was a study which indicated that about 50% of our teachers indicated that they were not sufficiently comfortable because they didn't think that they had the skill sets in order to do that. So we are saying that we need to assist them in building those skill sets, and we have started in Tobago by reference to our Teachers Professional Center. Because teachers are critical to the process, they are powerful and meaningful role models. It is necessary and incumbent upon all of us to ensure that our teachers act in ways that positively influences and reinforces learning and motivation. And the research has proven that such teachers impact positively and significantly the performance of their students. All of us can point to teachers, whether it is in the primary, the secondary, or even lecturers at university, who would have impacted us positively or negatively. All of us. Because the truth be told, all things being equal, there are basically two groups of teachers/practitioners. Those who make learning interesting and really let us see the quality of their work, their commitment, their enterprise, their disposition to move to the level of excellence. And the other, the extreme, the opposite, who at the end of the day make us feel that learning is not worthwhile. I have had encounters with such teachers from one thing to the next. I remember Standard 2. The reason why I can't sing for today, notwithstanding the fact that I was told subsequently I have a beautiful tenor voice, was really because of a comment by a teacher. Standard 2, chart. And I remember it up to today. Such was the negative impact. You see? I also remember those teachers who, and at secondary school, there was one who taught us maths. Well, everybody failed maths that year. But there was another one who we subsequently met, whose commitment to cause was such that those who didn't pass maths when we did it for exams would have passed maths the year after by doing it, and in those days we used to call London exams. Because he started us from scratch, and that was Form 4. And every lunchtime, from 12:30 to 1, he would come to the class and he would make sure that we do our work. God rest his soul, because he has since passed a couple of years ago. But I remember him distinctly. And the fact that I could have gone on to do maths to the point where I could have been a maths facilitator at the primary level, I owe a lot to him. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, as I did indicate, we are not at odds with the spirit and the intendment of the motion. And therefore, because the prescription we do not think is the fundamental prescription, we would wish to amend the motion. And for us, we have absolutely no difficulty with the preamble, but in respect of the resolution itself, we are suggesting that those resolutions, be it resolved and be it further resolved, be deleted and replaced by the following. One, be it resolved that the education of our students in Tobago be grounded in the knowledge of and appreciation for the historical, environmental, socio-cultural, and political reality of Tobago. And be it further resolved that the implementation of the curriculum in all our schools reflect effective and deliberate use of resources and stimuli that are based primarily on our Tobago context, but must be sufficiently flexible to incorporate national, regional, and international realities. And with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move the amendments.
Next speaker, Minority Leader.
Madam Presiding Officer, members of this August House, it's indeed a privilege to stand in support of my colleague, my friend, Assemblyman Farley Augustus. Indeed, it is not just a wonderful motion, it's a timely one. And it's not just timely for now. It's a motion that is light years ahead of its time. But Farley, you have done well. From where we sit on this side, it may be the angle, but I just cannot see what the other speaker spoke about. We just couldn't comprehend it, as if he was speaking in Latin when he made that resolve and be further resolved statement, something which we will perhaps refer to later on. Allow me to enunciate in this honorable house here today that under the fifth schedule, under part 25, it empowers the THA. It empowers the THA with the responsibility for school curriculum. And I'm using the vernacular. That's what I use. I promised to myself, as my language, and I'll change it. It empowers them to deal with school curriculum when looking at education. And I heard my good friend on the next side speaking. My mind goes back to a biblical story. A man by the name of King Agrippa, who, when having heard Paul spoke with the Spirit, was moved by conviction. And he said, I'm almost persuaded to be a Christian. But as I listened to my good friend on the next side, he seemed to be almost persuaded with conviction, but for they must amend it. But for, I say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. What is wrong with ensuring our children, our youths, and even our adults have a purpose-driven education from the hollowed walls where they are educated? Why allow it to chance or happen chance? Why? Why should we just sit by and allow our children not to know the importance of fever grass or wander the wall bush? Why should they not know how to use banana leaf and get corn flour and make something called pay me? Why? In the East Indian community, almost every child that grows up knows how to make cider bake. That bake doesn't require the yeast, it doesn't require all those fancy things. They know to make cider bake. They know how to live within the means. Back then when things was hard in Tobago and people planted a lot, there were things like corn. And there we would have discovered our parents, if they are old enough, finding creative ways to make food from simple things. Finding creative ways to make medicine from simple leaves. Scratch bush tea. People may cut down all the scratch bush, say scratching me up. But what about scratch bush tea? These things must not be picked up by chance. They must not be picked up after school. They must be picked up during school. And what the assemblyman would have identified is a particular slot within the hours that are allotted for teaching that says this particular slot, this particular subject, whatever name you want to call it, would be taught, where a number of areas would be harmonized and children or students will be properly educated in Tobago's environment, in Tobago's history, in Tobago's heritage, in Tobago's governance model, and in Tobago's culture. What can possibly be wrong with that? What is worth amending there? There are free periods during school, plenty free periods. Even self, it's one a week, one single period a week, or one single time allotment during a week. Let the children learn something. Make it formal. Make it part of the school curriculum. But I'll tell you something. This is the difference between the PDP and the PNM. We, on this side, have developed a mandate that says all our children, students, from kindergarten right up, will learn about their environment, will learn about their heritage, will learn about their history, governance, and culture. 5 disciplines can be learned under one subject. It's always an amusing and interesting thing to reach a child on the road and say, hello, could you tell me where Fort George is? And from where that child is located, that child could be able to say to you, Fort George is this place, or that place. He has an idea. He could give you a description. He could give you an idea as to the facilities that are there, whether handicapped persons could go there, whether there are restroom facilities, or whether there's a restaurant. He has an idea. And not just one where he would have gleaned on his own account, one that is shared within the classroom. Education, according to Marcus Garvey, is that which fits a man for survival within his environment. And it's time that we as Tobagonians begin to shape education in such a manner that makes us more fitted for our environment. For instance, there's a large thrust towards tourism. But where is the training within the schools that bends our people towards tourism? Where is it? Where is it? For 20 years, they have occupied the corridors of power. They have done nothing. Here is a good motion, something they could do something with, and they decide, you know what? We will substitute the English words for Latin. That's what the honorable member spoke a while ago. Latin. You can't understand what he said. Totally nonsensical. Madam Presiding Officer, what is wrong with our history? What is wrong with our history that it cannot be taught in schools? Tobago's history, not about Sir Walter Raleigh and the Buccaneers. No. I've read about these men in school and it turned me off at a very young age. I never chose history at all. Never. Because they never taught my history. Which, Madam Presiding Officer, could you please speak to the guy on the opposite side? Thank you. Madam Presiding Officer, I understand there's a penchant for misbehavior in this house.
Assemblyman Jack, I think you were here at the beginning of the sitting when I made my statement. Could you please accommodate the minority leader in his contribution?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. It always feels good to know this house is being guarded. It must not disturb the sanctity of this house, after all. The minority leader is on his feet making a positive statement towards the development of the students of our country, our island Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I am concerned about our heritage. What is so bad about our heritage? For my colleagues on the other side, what I find distasteful and annoying is every year they spend millions, not hundreds, millions, building up stages and breaking them down. When I heard about how much is spent for the for the Jazz Festival stage, almost $1 million stage. $1 million stage. I wonder how much is spent for that 14 days when they have Heritage Festival. Can that money be used to hire some teachers? Can that money be used to create some books that are specifically tailor-made for our first year old, for our kindergartens, those in primary school, secondary school, and put it in a way that they can digest and readily understand? That money can be spent towards that. But they spend money as if it was available by the snap of a finger, when it is indeed a resource that is dwindling. We need to have our heritage taught in school and not on a stage. That's what we are saying. What is so difficult to understand about that? Why are they shying away from it? Madam Presiding Officer, they are busy to spend public officers' money. They are busy to spend taxpayers' money on reveling, dancing in the streets, call it heritage, which they alone attend. You don't find children at Heritage Festival anymore. No, they alone attend it with their friends. Governance. We have read about the Parliament. It's a little bit about Tobago THA. I heard one student was asking in Trinidad about Tobago Self-Assembly, because there's a little bit about it. But there's not enough. Our drive towards self-government, how conscious, Madam Presiding Officer, is the average Tobagoan boy or girl about that, or student? What does it mean to him? Does he or she understand the ramifications and the positive implications of attaining self-governance? We need to teach it in school. Why are they running from it? Our culture. Is our culture just drums? Or is our culture, as the Comrade Assemblyman Augustine was saying, part of who we are, our natural disposition to eat provision and fish? Is our culture part of our language? And where we just sleep with the window open and we don't have no air conditioning in the house? Some people don't do it anymore. That's part of our culture back then. And when they couldn't sleep with the window open, they put some vents on top of the house. So air will circulate into the house throughout the night. You have pure air. We are losing our culture as we have people who have been in office for the last 20 years making fun of what is called our vernacular. Making fun. Whereas in Jamaica, they are proud of their language, and if you have to introduce English, it's a second language. They are making fun of it. When in America, they are proud of their language, and they don't even bother with the Queen's language. They change everything. Instead of saying God, they say God. Instead of saying man, they say man. And we sit in front of the TV and we watch that. Nobody laugh. When a man say, man, nobody laugh. When a man say, God, nobody laugh. Nobody laugh. I heard a story of a man who was trekking along the road and a tourist pulled up next to him. Madam Presiding Officer. Am I being disturbed in the house? I'm not sure if there's a... Okay, Madam Presiding Officer. I'm seeing some of my PNM colleagues and that start having a conference and giggling. Madam Presiding Officer, I heard a story about this man who was making a trek from his garden. He was walking the main road, and some tourists, they were traveling, and they were lost. He was an adult, but he never studied history, and he wasn't fully aware of everything. But he was a local man, real man, garden man, brought up his children in the fear of God with the best education he could afford. And so they stopped and they asked him, hey, do you know where the Argan waterfall is? Speaking in their twang. And the man, being dumbstruck by their foreign language, he said, do you have a mop? Man said, what's that? A mop. He could have said map, but map sounded too bad. He said mop. That is a tragedy we have when we put pressure upon people to break ranks with culture and adopt another man's culture. That is what we have. And I've seen people like I've seen my colleagues doing it, and they're engaged in a culture like that, and I'm saying it has to stop. Real education fits a man or a woman, a boy or a girl for survival. It is a tool of survival. Education is no good unless it helps you to survive. That's why people want education. It's a survival tool. It helps you survive. It helps others survive in the environment that you are in. So recently, I made some travels. One of those travels, I went to Mexico, but I couldn't speak Spanish. What was interesting is that when you are in Mexico and everyone is speaking Spanish, survival becomes difficult because there's a language barrier. But for the person who could speak Spanish, even though he has not matriculated with an engineering degree, first-class honors, he can survive. Your engineering degree makes no sense if you can't communicate. I happen to be part of the Eric Williams lecture series. I saw my colleague on the other side there, member for Bacolet, Mount St. George, and also the member from Blackrock, Wim, Spring Garden. I saw them there. And I'm not sure if they garnered anything, if they gained anything. Maybe they were just going through emotions. But one thing I garnered from there is a young man giving a recital, spoken word. He made a statement that says something like, you don't read a novel by reading the back alone. You have to read the whole book to get the build up. He said there's a process. You cannot just see a child fail when you have not taken the child through the process. Right now, as I speak, there are about 28 students, 28 children, infants, in Dallaford AC School that are denied meals. They are denied meals by this institution, and hence the member who is the Secretary for Education, Innovation, and Energy, he has absented himself. He has no interest in hearing the truth. He has absented himself. And I ask myself and I question myself, why would you deny these 28 infants in the Dallaford AC School meals? Why? Why would they deny them that? Why? These are infants. I wish she was here so you could answer that. You could tell someone the answer for him. That's part of the process. If you're going to educate a child, you have to feed the child, provide the child the right environment. All these things are important, but they are not interested in that. I was to say something, but I hold it back because my member on the other side has already taken his seat. He would not speak again. This motion should be supported because this motion resolves that in the next teaching semester, beginning in 2019 to 2020 academic year, the next teaching year, academic year, that this subject, we're talking about this all-in-one subject, this Pilau subject that merges what we call environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture together. That subject would be taught in schools. And we have said you should be enlisted at government and government-assisted schools, between nursery schools, lower secondary schools, and be taught using a combination of modern techniques, arts, and field trips. I don't see what my friends are fighting. I don't know what is wrong. But like King Agrippa said, he's almost persuaded. So has the Chief Secretary said. I want to urge them today. Treat this one differently. For once, do something that makes sense in Tobago. For once. For once, Madam Presiding Officer, I urge my friends as I wrap up that this is not about politics. This is about doing what's best for Tobago. You are empowered. You must use that power based on the 5th schedule, part 25. Make good on it and change the curriculum, or add to the curriculum rather than change it. Add to the curriculum this particular subject that children at the nursery, primary, and other levels will understand more about clean, green, serene, more about everything that makes Tobago unique and special. I therefore support this motion, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. And I rise to my feet, of course, to make my contribution to the motion that has been tabled in the House today. And also to give support to my boss, the Secretary of Education, Innovation, and Energy, who also holds a portfolio of Chief Secretary. Now, this motion as tabled draws our attention to the 5th schedule of Act 40 of 1996, the national curriculum, and it begs of us to take particular action. The motion, in essence, wants the incorporation of Tobago's history, heritage, governance, and culture into the delivery of lessons in our schools from early childhood to lower secondary. And this, of course, must be implemented as a new subject in the academic year 2019 to 2020. Madam Presiding Officer, in the interest of time, I would limit my focus only to that of early childhood and the infant levels to illustrate the irrelevance of the motion. The curriculum that is administered both at early childhood and infants caters and makes provisions for teaching of Tobago's history, heritage, governance, culture, and of course, the environment. At early childhood level, Madam Presiding Officer, the elements, objectives, and education outcomes are taught through the use of strands that teach our 3 to 5-year-olds about wellness, effective communication, citizenship, intellectual empowerment, and of course, aesthetic expressions. Through the use of the citizenship theme, Madam Presiding Officer, students are engaged and taught about 1, democracy, the value of culture, national pride, religious identity, moral and spiritual values, and respect for self and others, and of course, teaching them appropriate behaviors. The lesson on the aesthetic expressions teach and encourage pupils to begin to develop an appreciation for their culture, both locally and of course, nationally. The children are to be exposed at preschools, of course, 3 to 5 years old, to rhymes, to cultural practices that are indigenous to Tobago, and of course to Trinidad and Tobago. What is required on the part of all our educators, as hinted by my boss, the Secretary of Education, and especially at early childhood levels, are that our teachers must do thorough research that must be reinforced. Our teachers must plan. Our teachers must prepare. The content that they are given to our young boys and girls, 3 to 5-year-old, must be solid content, and of course, the delivery must be effective. Because as we know, 3 to 5-year-olds, they learn by doing. And we all know that teaching happens both in and outside of the classroom. Madam Presiding Officer, the new curriculum rewrite of which my boss spoke, that is used throughout the primary schools on this island, and as mentioned, focus is not only on integration across subject areas, but provides sufficient power for teachers to incorporate and teach Tobago's history, heritage, governance, and culture. It is a well-designed package, and teachers are furnished as part of their tools for teaching, the instructional toolkit by levels, the teacher's guide by all levels, and the curriculum guide by subject. As a teacher, one can use their initiative, and of course, these are the books I have here. This is the curriculum guide by subject, and of course, this is the instructional toolkit. Because I was a teacher, these are my copies. And it's a lot of books, but the teacher can use his or her initiative and extract what they need and bind to make one copy. Now, this new curriculum rewrite is a teacher's guide and a teacher's Bible to effective teaching and learning. Everything is inside of these documents. I have been a teacher in the primary school system up to December of 2016. And when I was there, and even after I left, because I have a daughter who is in the primary school system, there are 10 core subjects that are required to be taught. In the primary school system, you have to teach mathematics, you must teach social studies, you must teach science, you must teach physical education, Spanish, agricultural science, visual and performing arts, what we call VAPA, values, character, and citizens education, that's what we call VCCE, religious education, because I came from the Dean of a national school, and of course, English language. Under English language, Madam Presiding Officer, it is broken down, and we have to focus on reading. We have to focus on literacy appreciation, where we teach the boys and girls to acquire a taste for the different genre of reading material. We have to teach writing, where we teach our boys and girls to communicate through the written word. We have to teach oral communication, where we teach our boys and girls to sit and to listen and to speak well. We have to teach what is called media and information literacy, all right, where we teach our boys to do research and get information from different sources or media sources. Everything, Madam Presiding Officer, is explained and outlined in our new curriculum rewrite. Madam Presiding Officer, in addition to what the structure outlines in the curriculum rewrite, the teacher has to extract from all of these areas various subjects such as spelling, dictation, creative writing, penmanship, study skills, vocabulary, comprehension, grammar, etc. In the subject of visual and performing arts alone, the teacher has to teach dance, drama, art, and craft, etc. This motion, Madam Presiding Officer, begs of us to act. It says, be it resolved that this House mandate the Division of Education, Innovation, and Energy to construct an appropriately named subject with varying levels, which will specifically incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance. My point, Madam Presiding Officer, about taking time to highlight the subject areas that are taught and how they are broken down, is to indicate, and I know that the Assemblyman mentioned it before, that a lot is already being done, and therefore is asking of us to add more to plenty. And I do not subscribe to that belief. The primary school curriculum as it exists caters to all that is being asked, and we require nothing extra. We do not want more on plenty. Madam Presiding Officer, I will illustrate. The focus in the new curriculum rewrite, as my boss said, is on themes, and these are found in what we call the instructional toolkit. Now let us examine one of these themes at the infant level, and the theme of choice is my sense of belonging. Now under that theme, there are 6 sub-themes, namely mapping, transportation, my community, people, food, and activities. The student is taught to examine through different media, transportations past and present, places of interest locally and otherwise, people native or our very own heroes, or foods past and present, and activities. We can look at all our celebrations and many more. Madam Presiding Officer, the teacher, through exploration of the theme and sub-themes, directs the child's or the children's attention to many areas, and when taught in its fullness, can generate in our children, our Tobago children, a sense of ownership, identity, belonging, loyalty, and national pride. Madam Presiding Officer, and because the new curriculum rewrite is quite integrated, we see here good examples of a lesson in values, character, and citizens' education. Madam Presiding Officer, through this new curriculum rewrite, there is much to be taught and much to be learned. There are opportunities to explore the rich and diverse cultural customs of the island of Tobago, our culture, our customs. As a teacher, one can go to town on the theme that I have mentioned and the others in the toolkit. Madam Presiding Officer, under the subject area of VAPA, which is visual and performing arts, the students can learn folk songs and dances indigenous to Tobago, focus on our celebrations, learn of our origin, and track the growth, where they came from and where we are to date. They can explore poetry, skits, and movies all about this island. The teacher is expected, Madam Presiding Officer, because the teacher will always be the teacher. The teacher is expected to be creative, to be innovative, to be forward-thinking, and provide opportunities for learning that would facilitate students' understanding and appreciation of their heritage, history, governance, and culture. Learning, as I said before, ought to take place inside and outside of the classroom. So therefore, I'm a teacher, and it is expected that I will take my children on field trips. It is an expectation. And I, as a teacher, will take my infant boys and girls, if I'm teaching in Calder Hall, St. Andrew's Anglican School, that I will take my boys and girls on a trek through the community, allow them to read the signs on the streets, and we can go back in our classroom and we can group those signs by those that are African names, French names, all sorts of things. And there we are learning our history. And also we are also incorporating subject areas such as study skills and spelling. Madam Presiding Officer, the new curriculum rewrite allows us to do this and even more if we just use it in the way it ought to be used. Madam Presiding Officer, just last year, in recognition and celebration of Tobago Day, the primary schools in my electoral district were asked to use scrap material to produce a three-dimensional model of the island of Tobago, and among other things. Participation in this activity allowed them to make practical use of what they learned in subject areas such as math, science, social studies, study skills, etc. But more importantly, Madam Presiding Officer, the competition generated a sense of ownership because of what they did, identity, belonging, loyalty, and of course, national pride. Let us explore a few other subject areas that can be taught, and my boss mentioned a few. Social studies, Madam Presiding Officer. Here the student can examine modes of transportation as mentioned before, on the island, as I said, past and present, places and the origins of their names, people past and present, the inhabitants of our island. From this, the spelling and the core subject areas can be drawn. Continuing, Madam Presiding Officer, the teacher teaches on heroes, exploring our governance structure. Look, I just came here today, and there were students who visited the chamber. That was a field visit, and what did they come here to do? To learn about our governance structure. We can teach our children at the infant level about our first chairman or first chief secretary. These are only examples. And of course, field trips can be arranged. So many things can happen and can be drawn from the new curriculum rewrite. The reading, comprehension, and vocabulary can be incorporated as students can read and write about us, say, Mr. James Bigat. Why can't they? We can also, through these subject areas, we can teach our children about the famous dirt oven. Madam Presiding Officer, about St. Pulling in Corland and Grafton, about the Corland's monument in Plymouth, the mysterious tombstone, what is preventing us from having that content material, doing the research. Madam Presiding Officer, there is no need to add more on plenty by introducing a new subject. Teachers all over Tobago, this is nothing new. Teachers all over this island know that they have to teach using modern techniques. All of them went to college, all of them went to UTT, most of them, and they know that they have to teach using modern techniques, they have to teach using the arts, and they must take their charges on these famous field trips. They have to use resource persons. These are things that are common to us as teachers. Teachers all over this island know of and about the new curriculum rewrite. They have access to the books and they can use it. What is required on the part of all our teachers, of all our educators, is just as my boss said, thorough research, planning, preparation, solid content, and effective delivery inside and outside of the classroom. So therefore, I have a couple questions I need to ask before I take my seat. I am a teacher. I have been a teacher. What is preventing any teacher at this time on this island from taking their charges on a field trip? What is preventing a teacher from using content material that is Tobago-centric, right, to do a reading lesson, for example, on fever grass? What is preventing that teacher? Absolutely nothing. Just do the research, have the content, and do the work. Implementation of this new subject is required in academic year 2019 to 2020. But as a teacher, as a past teacher, I am asking, if any at all, what is the prescribed or recommended text? I have another question. What prevents any teacher, principal, school administration from inviting a resource person from the community to deliver content that is relevant to the educational development of children under their care, and one that fosters entrenchment of the cultural heritage of this island? What is preventing us? What is preventing the teachers at this time? What prevents any school to embark on a project that students that studies the history of the famous dirt oven? What prevents them from building one, using it, baking the bread, and selling the output? What prevents them from doing that now as we sit here? What prevents them? Absolutely nothing. So therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, as a former teacher, we do not need more on plenty. We do not need a new subject to tell us that we are living in Tobago. We are living here. We have to love what we have. We have to appreciate what we have. And we have to use it to teach our own children. So, Madam Presiding Officer, on that note, I would take my seat. And I would like to say that I am in total disagreement with the motion as presented by the member for Palliative Care Lansomi Speyside, and to let him know that Tobago teachers, we do not need more on plenty. Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Faith P. Israel.
Good day, Madam Presiding Officer. Good day to the other members who are sitting with us, and good day to those who are in the visiting gallery. This motion presented by my colleague Assemblyman Farley Augustine on behalf of the Minority Council is one that in essence demonstrates, as both of my colleagues have said, that the Progressive Democratic Patriots understands that holistic educational development for our island is critical. It shows that we understand the uniqueness of this island known as Tobago. And it shows that we want to ensure that every child who goes through our public education system learns about that uniqueness and is proud of that uniqueness. By no means, Madam Presiding Officer, is this a contentious motion. And we are saying, Madam Presiding Officer, that this uniqueness that is Tobago cannot just be left to chance, cannot just be left to the whim and fancy of each individual teacher, because what we need our children to learn is foundational information. Tobagonians, Madam Presiding Officer, has a very proud history. We speak frequently about once being the breadbasket of the Caribbean. We speak very frequently about having our own legislative system on the island of Tobago, even before Trinidad had a similar system. We speak about the fact that Tobago was exchanged over 30 times because it is so well positioned that it was worth fighting over. Madam Presiding Officer, there is a well-known Ashanti proverb that says, when you follow the path of your father, you will learn to walk like him. And I repeat, Madam Presiding Officer, when you follow the path of your father, you learn to walk like him. What does that mean? It means that we must take up the mantle, Madam Presiding Officer, of teaching our young people the greatness of this amazing island. The greatness that existed way back then, and the greatness that exists now. And when they know about that greatness, the greatness from which they came, they will also strive, Madam Presiding Officer, to be great. My colleagues spoke about many of the other gains associated with including very Tobago-centric information in our classrooms. And I will spend a little time addressing some of the economic benefits of such, Madam Presiding Officer. Let us just imagine the many opportunities that will come from having such a Tobago-centric course in our schools. This provides an opportunity, Madam Presiding Officer, for us to document our history as it is happening. How many Tobago authors can you now name? Think about it. How many Tobago historian authors can we now name? We all know, Madam Presiding Officer, about the work of Dr. Susan Craig. But her work is not the end-all and be-all of Tobago's history. As a matter of fact, one of the questions that were raised was, which text are we going to use? What kinds of texts are we going to use? And what one of the previous speakers highlighted was the fact that we have such a rich heritage here in Tobago that is not documented. And having a course like this can encourage those who are budding authors, who are budding historians, to see that their work can actually be used in a specific Tobago-centric course, Madam Presiding Officer. We all remember listening to our grandparents as they talk about the different experiences that they have had. They talk about going through Flora and what that meant at that time. They speak about what the Black Power movement in Tobago looked like and how that may have been very different from the Black Power movement in Trinidad. Madam Presiding Officer, are these accounts documented? Are these accounts documented? Having this course, Madam Presiding Officer, gives credence to a University of Tobago with a department that focuses specifically on Tobago's culture, Tobago's language, Tobago's history. Can you imagine how amazing it would be to have the research students at that facility have Tobago-specific documents as their final product or as their dissertation at the end of their education, knowing, Madam Presiding Officer, that that information would be used in a Tobago-specific course as they go along? Can you imagine, Madam Presiding Officer, the wealth of knowledge that we are continually allowing to die as elderly members pass year by year, Madam Presiding Officer?
At this time, the sitting is to be suspended for 30 minutes. We will return at 5:01. 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 27th of September 2018, the sittings at the Assembly Legislature will resume after the July and August recess. There are 9 questions on the order paper, 3 of which were outstanding from previous sittings. The motion is proposed by the representative for Palatuvia Lansme Speyside, Assemblyman Farley Augustine, and requests support from the House to mandate the Education Division to construct an appropriately named subject to incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance, which will be mandatory for all Tobago students. As presiding officer, I invite you to join the conversation on your future, whether in chambers with us, on Tobago Channel 5, or live on Facebook and YouTube platforms this Thursday, September 27th from 1:30 p.m. for the 18th sitting of the House. Let me also take this opportunity to wish all citizens of our country Happy Republic Day as we reflect on the gains and the struggles of the last 42 years while embracing the opportunities for the future. At 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 27th of September 2018, the sittings at the Assembly Legislature will resume after the July and August recess. There are 9 questions on the order paper, 3 of which were outstanding from previous sittings. The motion is proposed by the representative for Palatuvia Lansme Speyside, Assemblyman Farley Augustine, and requests support from the House to mandate the Education Division to construct an appropriately named subject to incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance, which will be mandatory for all Tobago students. As presiding officer, I invite you to join the conversation on your future, whether in chambers with us, on Tobago Channel 5, or live on Facebook and YouTube platforms this Thursday, September 27th from 1:30 p.m. for the 18th sitting of the House. Let me also take this opportunity to wish all citizens of our country Happy Republic Day as we reflect on the gains and the struggles of the last 42 years while embracing the opportunities for the future.
There are hidden stories about Tobago's history tucked away in the memories of men and women who served in the Assembly. They hold the key to unlocking some of the knowledge surrounding Tobago's legislative history. The Assembly Legislature Secretariat is an apolitical division that oversees the plenary sitting on the 4th Thursday of each month, where the public can view debates on Tobago's affairs. But Tobago's legislative authority did not begin with the current Tobago House of Assembly. The first formation of the legislative representation was in 1768 at the island's former capital, Georgetown, now Studley Park, with a 13-member elected House of Assembly, a lower house and the appointed Legislative Council, and the upper house. 1 year later, Scarborough became the island's new capital, and consequentially the seat of Tobago's politics was relocated. These were during colonial times, when the operations of the Assembly favored the European settlers. The abolition in slavery in 1834 was the catalyst for empowerment throughout the world. Tobago was not exempt from this movement towards self-rule. In 1877, representative government was abolished, with the Crown Colony introduced to handle the administration of the island. In 1889, Tobago was joined with Trinidad by the British government. The Tobago House of Assembly was created by Act 37 of 1980 for making better provisions for the administration of Tobago and for matters therein. It comprises 7 divisions, each representing a developmental concern. THA has legislative arm and the executive arm, in addition to 10 divisions, 9 with particular remits, plus the Office of the Chief Secretary, which oversees the others. There is so much to learn, and to help you do this, the Secretariat now has an archive project for all Assemblymen from 1980 to present. Today we start with a few officials who served in between 1980 and 1988. In 1980, the Assembly was led by a chairman. At this time, it was Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson, now deceased.
That 1977 motion by A.N.R. Robinson, which led to the creation of the current Tobago House of Assembly by Act 37 of 1980, because I understood the need and the desire for Tobagonians for self-determination. I appreciated the effort, and I somewhat associated with that greater autonomy for the people of Tobago. So I understood the struggle, I understood the reason, and therefore, while the PNM contested that election in 1980 and lost, we won 4 seats and the then DAC won 8. I understood the need for greater autonomy for Tobago.
At that time, there were 2 political parties represented in the Assembly. Mr. Kalenda was on the minority side held by the People's National Movement, but control of the House was with Mr. Robinson and the Democratic Action Congress.
We are the architect of self-government for Tobago, and the Parliament would have decided that Tobago should have its internal self-government in 1977. However, when the legislation was passed in Parliament, and that legislation, as you know, is Act number 37 of 1980, to give effect to the decision of Parliament, it stopped woefully short of giving us international government.
And that has always been our mantra. From 1984 to all our years, internal self-government was foremost in our mind. And that's even why A.N.R. Robinson went to Parliament and debated on internal self-government for all those years. And that is why instead of giving us internal self-government, they gave us this partial management of Tobago, which is more of an administrative kind of a situation.
As a lot of people do not know, we worked for about 5 to 8 months without a salary. The central government in Trinidad didn't care to give Tobago House of Assembly, and so they were not working for harmonious relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government.
From the year 1980 to present, administrative changes have been made to ensure that the Tobago House of Assembly expands to make responsibility for more of the day-to-day matters on the island.
Well, of course, most of it are administrative changes. First, there was no executive council when it started, because the executive council is usually the government responsible to the legislature.
At that first stage elections, our inauguration took place what is now the High Court. It was then Tobago's Hall of Justice, was the only court out at Bacalet. So our inauguration took place there, and our plenary sittings took place there. Most of our committee meetings took place at the Fairfield complex. So that's how we operated, and we operated in committee stages. Like, there was a health committee, a roads committee, and all those various committees. All members of the Assembly then, though, operated as members of the Finance and General Purposes Committee.
There was no executive. The executive was the plenary and the Finance and General Purposes Committee. So anybody else who functioned would have functioned on a committee, and these committees, by way of their deliberation and the reports that they bring, these reports are brought to the Assembly in plenary, and it is the discussion and debate on that and the approval of that you can now implement. Very frustrating, because, as you know, we were no longer a county council. Then we started the restoration of this building that we now occupy. We begin since in 84, and so on. And we went to England, sent people to England to do the research as to how the building was when it housed the first Tobago House of Assembly in the 1760s, 1763, 1769. And then we were able to restore the building to how close to what it used to be, because some of the things we couldn't get. And in 1985, we completed that record timing, 4 years. And Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, if you notice the plaque next door, would have come and unveiled that plaque to mark the opening of this particular chamber, and then we were able to meet here. It was not easy, because this building at that time was occupied by the library.
The Assembly building has since been through further restoration in 2010. But the building was not the only feature undergoing changes. A lot of effort was made to change the laws that govern the Tobago House of Assembly. This meant getting Parliament to change the Constitution.
I think the most significant one was Robinson motion in 1977. In the Assembly between 80 to 84, there was that motion by Dr. Jeff Davidson. Subsequent to that, after 1995, between 91 and 95, there was an attempt by the Manning administration, while Chairman Denoon was chairman of the Assembly, to grant Tobago greater autonomy. Unfortunately, while efforts were made and legislation were drafted, there was a call for early elections, so that effort fell by the wayside. And then there were again another effort, again led by Robinson, now part of the NAR, that created Act 40 of 1996, which took it a step further. But during that period, during the first period of the Assembly, we operated, to me, as a hybrid of the Tobago County Council, because there was not the positions of Chief Secretary or Secretaries.
We had to set up systems. We did this first by creating what is called an administrative body. And this is the forerunner of the Executive Council. The administrative body was responsible to the legislature at that time. But in 1996, the change had changed, the old act went out and the new act came in, creating an executive council run in which the chief secretary was the chairman. But prior to that, the chairman was responsible both for the legislature and what passed for an executive council.
The chairman of the Tobago House of Assembly was responsible for the executive and the legislature. Since 1996, the positions of Chief Secretary and Presiding Officer were created. The Chief Secretary leads the Executive Council that manages Tobago's administrative matters, and the Presiding Officer oversees the legislature. But the chairman was not the only position that changed in 1996.
My office as a leader and responsible for setting up the new structure for the new assembly that was put into being by Act number 27, 1980 was in the Sandy Hall building. So the clerk of the assembly was there, and the clerk then was what we now call the chief administrator. And the secretary office was next to me. The secretary is now what we call the clerk of the assembly. That was the secretary. And in fact, it was Mr. Roach. So all of us were in this small building in County Hall. I am the politician responsible for putting the administration in accordance with the new law. And they were actually one the secretary of the assembly as plenary, and the other one as the chief administrator, head of the public service. Because of that kind of situation, we have to find accommodation, and we have to make it quickly.
The background of politicians may vary. Miriam Caesar Moore started as a nurse. Her desire to help people took an unexpected turn into politics.
People's home was on fire. And as a nurse, everything just kicked in. I ran up to the hospital, I called the fire department, ran up to the hospital. And there we were able to bring out some people, save people from that blaze. I was asked to come on the TV to speak about this matter. They were interviewing me, and I guess Ian Robinson, I don't know if he saw it or what, but I know because of that incident and the fact that I came and helped and was assisting, probably people saw that as someone who can do something, can be of service for Tobago.
Life as an assemblyman had its own challenges.
For us to get anything done for Tobago in our portfolio, we had to actually be like not bullies, but we have to say, if we fought for this, it is ours and we are going to make it happen. So when they withhold, sometimes for months we didn't get pay. As I said, we worked for $2,500 a month, and it took you a while to get it because, again, of the logistics and the bureaucracy. And it is heartening that we did not give up. We kept at it, we stayed with it, and now Tobago is reaping the benefit of the Tobago House of Assembly.
During that term, interestingly, there was a motion moved by Jeff Davidson. I think it started in late 1982, which even at that time, although we were operating under Act 37 of 1980, still called for greater autonomy for the people of Tobago. That motion went as far as to say that if the government of Trinidad and Tobago did not accede to the desire of the representative of the people of Tobago, then Tobago should seek to move to full independence with its own territorial waters. And that is to tell you the depth and to the extent of the struggle and the desire of those people at that time. So today, as we continue this debate after 37 years, I think it's the same call. You're witnessing the same call and that burning desire, because Tobagonians still feel that they are not given the opportunity to govern themselves.
So we felt that we were onto something big, and that Tobago was really, we felt a part of Tobago, and that is why I tell people, I tell my children, that you really don't understand this history of Tobago until you can birth it, you have it in your soul. At that time, we, the Assemblymen, had it in our soul, in our souls. We felt that even though we have to give our lives, we have to give our time and our energies for this new baby, we were prepared to do that. So the Tobago House of Assembly became a part of us, and in extension, Tobago became a part of us. So people may look at that as being insular. Some people may say, oh, well, Tobago, that small place, you know, why all this emphasis on Tobago? This is what other people were saying. The Trinidadians were saying that they couldn't understand why we want to be different. History made us different. We didn't choose to be different.
There are hidden stories about Tobago's history tucked away in the memories of men and women who served in the Assembly. They hold the key to unlocking some of the knowledge surrounding Tobago's legislative history. The Assembly Legislature Secretariat is an apolitical division that oversees the plenary sitting on the fourth Thursday of each month, where the public can view debates on Tobago's affairs. But Tobago's legislative authority did not begin with the current Tobago House of Assembly. The first formation of the legislative representation was in 1768 at the island's former capital, Georgetown, now Studley Park, with a 13-member elected House of Assembly, a lower house and the appointed Legislative Council, and upper house. 1 year later, Scarborough became the island's new capital, and consequentially the seat of Tobago's politics was relocated. These were during colonial times, when the operations of the Assembly favored the European settlers. The abolition in slavery in 1834 was the catalyst for empowerment throughout the world. Tobago was not exempt from this movement towards self-rule. In 1877, representative government was abolished, with the Crown Colony introduced to handle the administration of the island. In 1889, Tobago was joined with Trinidad by the British government. The Tobago House of Assembly was created by Act 37 of 1980 for making better provisions for the administration of Tobago and for matters therein. It comprises 7 divisions, each representing a developmental concern. THA has legislative arm and the executive arm. In addition to 10 divisions, 9 with particular remits, plus the Office of the Chief Secretary, which oversees the others. There is so much to learn, and to help you do this, the Secretariat now has an archive project for all assemblymen from 1980 to present. Today we start with a few officials who served in between 1980 and 1988. In 1980, the assembly was led by a chairman. At this time, it was Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson, now deceased.
That 1977 motion by A.N.R. Robinson, which led to the creation of the current Tobago House of Assembly by Act 37 of 1980, because I understood the need and the desire for Tobagonians for self-determination, I appreciated the effort, and I somewhat associated with that greater autonomy for the people of Tobago. So I understood the struggle, I understood the reason, and therefore, while the PNM contested that election in 1980 and lost, we won 4 seats and the then DAC won 8. I understood the need for greater autonomy for Tobago.
At that time, there were 2 political parties represented in the assembly. Mr. Calendar was on the minority side, held by the People's National Movement. But control of the House was with Mr. Robinson and the Democratic Action Congress.
We are the architect of self-government for Tobago, and the Parliament would have decided that Tobago should have its internal self-government in 1977. However, when the legislation was passed in Parliament, and that legislation, as you know, is Act number 37 of 1980, to give effect to the decision of Parliament, it stopped woefully short of giving us international government.
And that has always been our mantra. From 1984 to all our years, internal self-government was foremost in our mind. And that's even why A.N.R. Robinson went to Parliament and debated on internal self-government for all those years. And that is why instead of giving us internal self-government, they gave us this partial management of Tobago, which is more of an administrative kind of a situation.
As a lot of people do not know, we worked for about 5 to 8 months without a salary. The central government in Trinidad didn't care to give Tobago House of Assembly, and so they were not working for a harmonious relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government.
From the year 1980 to present, administrative changes have been made to ensure that the Tobago House of Assembly expands to make responsibility for more of the day-to-day matters on the island.
Well, of course, most of it are administrative changes. First, there was no executive council when it started, because the executive council is usually the government responsible to the legislature.
At that first stage elections, our inauguration took place what is now the High Court. It was then Tobago's Hall of Justice, was on the only court out at Bacalet. So our inauguration took place there, and our plenary sittings took place there. Most of our committee meetings took place at the Fairfield complex. So that's how we operated, and we operated in committee stages. Like, there was a health committee, a roads committee, and all those various committees. All members of the Assembly then, though, operated as members of the Finance and General Purposes Committee.
There was no executive. The executive was the plenary and the Finance and General Purposes Committee. So anybody else who functioned would have functioned on a committee, and these committees, by way of their deliberation and the reports that they bring, these reports are brought to the Assembly in plenary, and it is the discussion and debate on that and the approval of that you can now implement. Very frustrating, because as you know, we were no longer a county council. Then we started the restoration of this building that we now occupy. We begin since in 84, and so on. And we went to England, sent people to England to do the research as to how the building was when it housed the first Tobago House of Assembly in the 1760s, 1763, 1769. And then we were able to restore the building to how close to what it used to be, because some of the things we couldn't get. And in 1985, we completed at record timing, 4 years. And Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, if you notice the plaque next door, would have come and unveiled that plaque to mark the opening of this particular chamber, and then we were able to meet here. It was not easy, because this building at that time was occupied by the library.
The Assembly building has since been through further restoration in 2010, but the building was not the only feature undergoing changes. A lot of effort was made to change the laws that govern the Tobago House of Assembly. This meant getting Parliament to change the Constitution.
I think the most significant one was Robinson motion in 1977. In the Assembly between 80 to 84, there was that motion by Dr. Jeff Davidson. Subsequent to that, after 1995, between 91 and 95, there was an attempt by the Manning administration, while Chairman Denoon was chairman of the Assembly, to grant Tobago greater autonomy. Unfortunately, while efforts were made and legislation were drafted, there was a call for early elections, so that effort fell by the wayside. And then there were again another effort, again led by Robinson, now part of the NAR, that created Act 40 of 1996, which took it a step further. But during that period, during the first period of the Assembly, we operated, to me, as a hybrid of the Tobago County Council, because there was not the positions of Chief Secretary or Secretaries.
We had to set up systems. We did this first by creating what is called an administrative body. And this is the forerunner of the Executive Council. The administrative body was responsible to the legislature at that time. But in 1996, the change had changed, the old act went out and the new act came in, creating an executive council run in which the chief secretary was the chairman. But prior to that, the chairman was responsible both for
There are hidden stories about Tobago's history tucked away in the memories of men and women who served in the Assembly. They hold the key to unlocking some of the knowledge surrounding Tobago's legislative history. The Assembly Legislature Secretariat is an apolitical division that oversees the plenary sitting on the fourth Thursday of each month, where the public can view debates on Tobago's affairs. But Tobago's legislative authority did not begin with the current Tobago House of Assembly. The first formation of the legislative representation was in 1768 at the island's former capital, Georgetown, now Studley Park, with a 13-member elected House of Assembly, a lower house and the appointed Legislative Council, and the upper house. 1 year later, Scarborough became the island's new capital, and consequentially the seat of Tobago's politics was relocated. These were during colonial times, when the operations of the Assembly favored the European settlers. The abolition in slavery in 1834 was the catalyst for empowerment throughout the world. Tobago was not exempt from this movement towards self-rule. In 1877, representative government was abolished, with the Crown Colony introduced to handle the administration of the island. In 1889, Tobago was joined with Trinidad by the British government. The Tobago House of Assembly was created by Act 37 of 1980 for making better provisions for the administration of Tobago and for matters therein. It comprises 7 divisions, each representing a developmental concern. THA has legislative arm and the executive arm, in addition to 10 divisions, 9 with particular remits, plus the Office of the Chief Secretary, which oversees the others. There is so much to learn, and to help you do this, the Secretariat now has an archive project for all assemblymen from 1980 to present. Today we start with a few officials who served in between 1980 and 1988. In 1980, the Assembly was led by a chairman. At this time, it was Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson, now deceased.
That 1977 motion by A.N.R. Robinson, which led to the creation of the current Tobago House of Assembly by Act 37 of 1980, because I understood the need and the desire for Tobagonians for self-determination, I appreciated the effort, and I somewhat associated with that greater autonomy for the people of Tobago. So I understood the struggle, I understood the reason, and therefore, while the PNM contested that election in 1980 and lost, we won 4 seats and the then DAC won 8. I understood the need for greater autonomy for Tobago.
At that time, there were 2 political parties represented in the Assembly. Mr. Calendar was on the minority side, held by the People's National Movement, but control of the House was with Mr. Robinson and the Democratic Action Congress.
We are the architect of self-government for Tobago, and the Parliament would have decided that Tobago should have its internal self-government in 1977. However, when the legislation was passed in Parliament, and that legislation, as you know, is Act number 37 of 1980, to give effect to the decision of Parliament, it stopped woefully short of giving us international government.
And that has always been our mantra. From 1984 to all our years, internal self-government was foremost in our mind. And that's even why A.N.R. Robinson went to Parliament and debated on internal self-government for all those years. And that is why instead of giving us internal self-government, they gave us this partial management of Tobago, which is more of an administrative kind of a situation.
As a lot of people do not know, we worked for about 5 to 8 months without a salary. The central government in Trinidad didn't care to give Tobago House of Assembly, and so they were not working for a harmonious relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government.
From the year 1980 to present, administrative changes have been made to ensure that the Tobago House of Assembly expands to make responsibility for more of the day-to-day matters on the island.
Well, of course, most of it are administrative changes. First, there was no executive council when it started, because the executive council is usually the government responsible to the legislature.
At that first THA elections, our inauguration took place what is now the High Court. It was then Tobago's Hall of Justice, was on the only court out at Bacalet. So our inauguration took place there, and our plenary sittings took place there. Most of our committee meetings took place at the Fairfield complex. So that is how we operated, and we operated in committee stages. Like, you know, there was a health committee, a roads committee, and all those various committees. All members of the Assembly then, though, operated as members of the Finance and General Purposes Committee.
There was no executive. The executive was the plenary and the Finance and General Purposes Committee. So anybody else who functioned would have functioned in a committee, and these committees, by way of their deliberation and the reports that they bring, these reports are brought to the Assembly in plenary, and it is the discussion and debate on that and the approval of that you can now implement. very frustrating because, as you know, we were no longer a county council. Then we started the restoration of this building that we now occupy. We begin since in 84, and so on. And we went to England, sent people to England to do the research as to how the building was when it housed the first Tobago House of Assembly in the 1760s, 1763, 1769. And then we were able to restore the building to how close to what it used to be, because some of the things we couldn't get. And in 1985, we completed that record timing, 4 years. And Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, if you notice the plaque next door, would have come and unveiled that plaque to mark the opening of this particular chamber, and then we were able to meet here. It was not easy because this building at that time was occupied by the library.
The Assembly building has since been through further restoration in 2010, but the building was not the only feature undergoing changes. A lot of effort was made to change the laws that govern the Tobago House of Assembly. This meant getting Parliament to change the Constitution.
I think the most significant one was Robinson's motion in 1977. In the Assembly between 80 to 84, there was that motion by Dr. Jeff Davidson. Subsequent to that, after 1995, between 91 and 95, there was an attempt by the Manning administration, while Chairman Denoon was chairman of the Assembly, to grant Tobago greater autonomy. Unfortunately, while efforts were made and legislation were drafted, there was a call for early elections, so that effort fell by the wayside. And then there were again another effort, again led by Robinson, now part of the NAR, that created Act 40 of 1996, which took it a step further. But during that period, during the first period of the Assembly, we operated, to me, as a hybrid of the Tobago County Council, because there was not the positions of Chief Secretary or secretaries.
We had to set up systems. We did this first by creating what is called an administrative body. And this is the forerunner of the Executive Council. The administrative body was responsible to the legislature at that time. But in 1996, the change had changed, the old act went out and the new act came in, creating an executive council run in which the chief secretary was the chairman. But prior to that, the chairman was responsible both for the legislature and what passed for an executive council.
The chairman of the Tobago House of Assembly was responsible for the executive and the legislature. Since 1996, the positions of Chief Secretary and Presiding Officer were created. The Chief Secretary leads the Executive Council that manages Tobago's administrative matters and
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As I was saying, as we create this evolving curriculum, it would be really, really nice to see the information that is embedded in the minds, in the heads of our foreparents documented. And it is sad that we are allowing all of that information to pass with them every time we lose one of our village stalwarts, every time we lose one of the elders of our village.
By the way, Madam Presiding Officer, because we are focusing on all things Tobago, it is important for our young people, as my political leader and minority leader said, that we need to understand that part of our culture is how we speak. Yes, the official language of Trinidad and Tobago is quote unquote the Queen's English, but we must be proud of our witting. We must know that the same way those who speak English and Spanish, and they are proud of learning a second language, we must also be proud of our dialect, because it is indeed a second language. This is something that I became acutely aware of while I was studying in the United States. And when I spoke to people from Trinidad and Tobago, those who were around me would look at me and ask, "What did you just say?" And I recognize it's because I was switching to my local language and they were not understanding it. And that allowed me to be very, very proud of this thing that we call the Tobago dialect, Madam Presiding Officer. This leads us to opportunities for documenting that language, which is extremely important. We do have people like Mrs. Deborah Moore Miggins, for example, who have begun documenting the things that we say and how we say it and what they mean in her book, The Caribbean Proverbs That Raised Us. Most recently, Madam Presiding Officer, we also have others like Ms. Corice Nancis, who, via a Facebook page, has started translating something known as Tobago Talk. And this is where she identifies, again, some of these sayings and gives the meaning for those sayings. I have to admit, very frequently when I look at that page, there are things that are said there that I did not know. And it means if I don't know it, there may be others who are younger than me who also don't know those sayings. This must be included in our schools. We must have dictionaries with these words. How do you spell are we? It's something that I question every time, because when I speak and when I write, sometimes I want to say, are we? Yeah. And we need to have dictionaries, for example, that are for sale with this kind of information. We should also have classes. The same way tourists, or same way we are willing to go into a Spanish class or into a French class, Madam Presiding Officer, there are tourists who are willing, when they come to Tobago, to come to a Tobago dialect class. And they need to be able to learn that. Now, what I'm saying is all of those things are part of our culture. And if we include a course like this, that is going to raise up in our young people a fresh understanding that this is our thing and it's good. It's as good as French or Spanish or any other language. Though I've spoken specifically about history, Madam Presiding Officer, this course would also allow our Tobago students to experience the wonders of Tobago that exist today. I recently visited, Madam Presiding Officer, the Pitch Lake in La Brea. And I must admit, I was actually blown away, because even though I thought I visited before, there are so many new things that I learned about that wonder in Trinidad. Now, I am sure that there are interesting places just like that throughout Tobago. In fact, Madam Presiding Officer, this is why when the PDP campaigned during the 2017 elections, one of the things we spoke about was having an island-wide Discover Tobago kind of competition, where each village would be given the task of going into your village, going into the bowels of your village, and identifying the natural resources, identifying the historic sites, identifying the places of history that are unique to your village. That would ensure, Madam Presiding Officer, that each village creates or has a tourism product that they can be proud of, that is unique to that village. That ensures, Madam Presiding Officer, that the question of what to do when you come to Tobago could be well documented. Because we know if you go to Belgarden, you will see this. Or if you go to Roxborough, you can see that. And those things are documented. Madam Presiding Officer, having part of our school children be critical in discovering many of those things that many of us don't even know about right now is very important in fostering a kind of proud of Tobago mentality that we need. As they learn about the wonders of this island, they would also learn about how important it is to protect those wonders of the island, while allowing them the opportunity to be tour guides, for example, as they get older. As one of my colleagues said earlier, could you imagine how impressed a tourist would be if they drove into any village in Tobago, and meet a random child and ask the child, what can you tell me about this place? Where are we? What can we do there? And every child, no matter who that child is, can answer the question intelligently and say, this is Bell Garden and you can go to Big River, which has this wonderful history. Madam Presiding Officer, because we do not have this thing that is part of our school system, I am forced to also link something that is kind of vexing, and one that even the previous speaker spoke about. Madam Presiding Officer, over the last couple of years, the Tobago House of Assembly have been embarking on a well-needed project of erecting street signs all over Tobago. Now, that is something that is important to do. But what we've been noticing, Madam Presiding Officer, and what has been coming to our attention is the fact that many of these street signs are spelt incorrectly, so the name is incorrect. Or it is either spelt incorrectly or the name itself does not represent what that street really represents to that community. If we had a class like this, Madam Presiding Officer, over the last decade, many of those errors that we are seeing in those signs would not currently exist. Because the young children, Madam Presiding Officer.
So, just to clarify your report, Madam Presiding Officer, on the street signage initiative, as a matter of fact, just to provide some clarity, the street signage initiative was a joint initiative between Tobago House of Assembly and City Post, and all over the world when street signage projects are done, there's a period for queries, so to speak. Many streets did not have signs before, and as a matter of fact, many of those errors, or some of the errors for the most part, have already been corrected. And it's not a matter of not knowing what them not being there before and the information coming from TT Post being different.
Madam Presiding Officer, the reality is that there were errors. Whatever is the reasoning, and I'm glad that they are being corrected, but my point remains the same. If we had a course like this, where the young people, older people, all of the community was talking about the history of these areas before, we could have prevented some of the errors that we currently see, Madam Presiding Officer. And as a matter of fact, what is being suggested is that we go and look at those signs and teach history from those signs, when in fact what we should have been doing is the reverse, ensuring that the signs come from proper history, Madam Presiding Officer. You may wonder, Madam Presiding Officer, why this has to be part of the formal educational system. And I say, why not? When we announced this motion a couple weeks ago, Madam Presiding Officer, a video was sent to me, and it was one that my Assemblyman, Farley Augustine, already referenced, which has to do with the whistling, the bird whistling language that they currently teach as part of their official curriculum in Turkey. And it is because it was a very efficient and effective way of communicating. These individuals currently have cell phones and so forth, but they understand the history and the importance of maintaining their identity, Madam Presiding Officer. So they insisted that this become an official part of their curriculum. I remember hearing about our drums and the call and answer that we have with our drums and so forth. And unfortunately, I am sad to admit that I don't know what those things mean. Is it that we are going to allow that to die when we can simply create something that includes all of that to ensure that those that come after us learn about some of these critical aspects of our history? Madam Presiding Officer, at the National Consultation on Education in 2016, Dr. the Honorable Lovell Francis, who is the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, he made a profound statement. He said that, and I quote, "Our education system is disconnected from us. If we pull these strings together, if we admit the reality that our system is flawed, it promotes inequity, it does not promote teacher training, it doesn't promote critical thinking, as we say that is where we are and for our nation to go forward. We don't need oil and gas. What we need is intelligent, creative, innovative, imaginative thinkers, and we should invest our money in that." Madam Presiding Officer, this is an opportunity for the Tobago House of Assembly to use the powers that it already has within the 5th schedule of the THA Act to create an educational system that is indeed connected to us. A system that uses our Tobago-ness to foster that kind of creativity, innovativeness, and imaginative thinking, Madam Presiding Officer. I hear those on the other side referring to, in essence, the Bloom's hierarchy of learning, a concept that has at the bottom of at the lowest order, remembering. But at the highest order of that hierarchy is creating. What they fail to understand, Madam Presiding Officer, is that we cannot just allow, or we cannot just leave this level of creating up to the teachers. It must be enshrined, Madam Presiding Officer, in a system that is in a system-wide culture within our learning institutions. It is not fundamental. It must be foundational, Madam Presiding Officer. Practically everything that has been suggested by those on the other side simply deals with the issue at the bottom of the hierarchy of learning, which in essence is rote learning. What we are suggesting, Madam Presiding Officer, is critical thinking, allowing our students to be a part of developing this ever-evolving curriculum. Madam Presiding Officer, what we've heard, unfortunately, is almost all of the members who've spoken about this on the other side blame the teachers for not including the information in their current teaching system. That is not what we are saying, those of us on this side. What we are saying is that what we need to provide to those teachers is instructional leadership, and not just blame the teachers for not including that information. Madam Presiding Officer, we started by saying that the motion is something that would provide a level of Tobago-ness that we currently do not have within our educational system. This is not, as I said before, a contentious motion. It is not something that, in my mind, takes a lot of toing and froing. It is a motion that we can all get behind, that any right-thinking Tobagonian would see the merit associated with something like this. Madam Presiding Officer, we are suggesting that the members simply pass the motion as it is written. This isn't time to play politics. This isn't time to play politics just for the sake of playing politics. Madam Presiding Officer, it is a simple motion, and we should simply agree to move to implementation. This is a Tobago first motion, and I encourage all of us, Madam Presiding Officer, to do what is right, and to not just do what our political leaders tell us to do, but to think about what we will gain from this 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when your grandchildren come up knowing that this is within our bowels, that being a Tobagonian is the best thing that you can be. Madam Presiding Officer, I ask all members to agree and pass the motion as is presented, because, as they said in the beginning, it really is a good motion. Thank you.
Next speaker, Assemblyman Marcelin Melville Jack, Secretary for Community Development.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, members of this honorable House, let me first greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus. I am pleased to be joining the debate at a time like this, where I am the last speaker for the majority. And I am at a loss, really, to understand why a simple motion like this should be creating the kind of waves that it is. And I'll tell you exactly what I mean. After the first speaker spoke, that's Mr. Farley Augustine, Assemblyman, the Honorable Chief Secretary would have responded, and the point was made, and I don't think that that point was clearly understood, that we are in support of the spirit of the motion. We have no problems at all with the spirit of the motion. But where we do have a problem is in the resolution itself, which is asking us to create a subject, another subject, to an already overburdened curriculum. And we are simply saying, this resolution is unnecessary. Unnecessary because at every level of the educational program, these things are catered for. Let me just retract a little before I go forward. Now, you have heard the Chief Secretary, and he gave you a lesson, or should I say a course in lesson planning. You have listened to my colleague, Assemblyman Marisha Osman, and she would have taken a very teacher-centric approach to the motion, and she would have given you a detailed snapshot of the primary school curriculum. What I would do for you this afternoon is look at the motion from the point of view of an administrator. Now, I have been in the teaching profession for more than 30 years as teacher and as administrator. So it's not necessary for me to repeat a lot of what was said before. Now, our concern with this motion is the fact that the Tobago House of Assembly is being mandated to add a subject, another subject to the curriculum. And my first question is, would adding another subject to the curriculum guarantee any measure of success? Because right now, there are so many subjects on the curriculum and students are failing. So what I choose to offer, as my colleagues have offered, is the fact that as the curriculum exists, it is enough. What is required is for the creativity and the passion of individual educators to take the existing curriculum to the level that we hope to achieve. Now, Madam Presiding Officer, members of this Honorable House, a very important word in teaching to me is passion. And I believe that the passion that is missing from most of our educators would be that element that prevents us from taking the curriculum to the level that has been outlined by our dear Assemblyman. And I would just read it again. He wants to mandate the Division of Education, Innovation and Energy, and these are really my words, to construct an appropriately named subject using modern teaching techniques which incorporates Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance. And this should take effect for the academic year 2019-2020 at all government and government-assisted schools from the nursery to the lower secondary level. Now, my dear Assemblyman Augustine, you yourself can be named among some of those great educators that has passed through our system. And the very construct of the motion suggests to me that you already know that the solution to this problem that is being experienced does not reside in adding another subject to the curriculum. Like you, I've done a little research and I have been speaking to principals and teachers. And like you, I have learned that in Forms 1, 2, and 3, there are between 11 and 13 subjects on the curriculum in Forms 1, 2, and 3. And these subjects are all competing with a 5-day week timetable. You also said 8 subjects, 35 to 40 minutes. It means, therefore, that what is required is not more, but what is required is how we use what we have to create the kinds of learning that we wish to see. Now, when I spoke about passion, it has to do with who we are as a people. And I know that, like me, some of you may have been educated abroad. And I can tell you that I could not wait for the ink to dry on my certificate so that I could get back to Tobago because of the passion that I had for everything that is Tobago. I, like so many of you, was taught in an excellent education system that taught us to love who we are, to be confident of the fact that we were proud to be Ghanaian. And because of my age, I never fail to speak to others, including students, about my experiences during Hurricane Flora and during the Black Power movement. Because this is what it means to be Tobagonian, to share your knowledge. And most times, what is remembered is not what is on the formal curriculum, but what we learn informally. Because if I ask you right now to take your minds back to your secondary school experience, because I'm staying with the lower secondary school, a lot of what we were taught in books, we can hardly remember. In my days, history was taught as a subject in forms 1 to 3. And we even learned the history of Tobago. We had a little green textbook. I guess if the chief was still here, he would remember. We had that little green textbook, which was a history of Tobago. And to be quite honest, I really don't remember much of what I learned within that formal curriculum. But what stayed with me were the informal experiences that I gained along the way and never failed to pass on, because I honestly believe that once we as educators are passionate about who we are and this island to which we belong, then nobody has to mandate us to share the message. It's like Christianity. Just as you would sit and read from the Bible and always use little pieces of the Bible to get your message across, then too, in a similar way, teachers, once they have that passion, can create the kind of learning that is necessary to ensure that Tobago's history, heritage, culture, and environment is transferred to our students. So let me try to get back to my notes. Madam Presiding Officer, the revised lower secondary schools curriculum 2014, again, this is another revision. This was prepared by the Ministry of Education, and all secondary schools in Tobago and in Trinidad is aligned to this curriculum. And this curriculum was constructed to deal with this anomaly that we are experiencing at this time, and to achieve the very spirit which this motion implies. What is not dictated in the syllabus is that each educator, within the context of his or her geographical space, can then introduce island-centric learning and experiences into their teaching technique. So the way the syllabus is written, someone in Toco, someone in Tobago, someone in, it don't matter where, Port of Spain, can create the kind of learning using the elements of that curriculum to ensure that the students achieve island-centric, community-centric experiences. At the school level, Madam Presiding Officer, the curriculum refers to, and I quote, all the learning and other experiences that the school plans for its students. It includes the formal or written curriculum as well as the informal curriculum. And this informal curriculum is what I was alluding to just a short while ago. So the formal curriculum are those things that educators intentionally teach. And that is what we talk about with the written curriculum. The informal curriculum, on the other hand, comprises of those developmental activities that is provided by the schools and other stakeholders within education. Now, this does not prevent us as parents and members of communities from getting involved and engaged in this type of informal learning. And when I listen to some of the other speakers, we are really saying the same thing. Because I heard, I cannot remember if it was Assemblyman Watson Duke or Faith, but you said, you talked something about Sadaroti, Assemblyman Watson Duke. He spoke about Sadaroti. You don't learn to make sada roti in school. But I am saying everybody has to be engaged in this transfer of our island's heritage. So the making of sada roti, even though it is done at school, we would expect that based on the community in which you live, then that experience does not have to be part of your formal curriculum. So let's talk a little bit about the informal education, and I quote, "Informal education is education that can occur outside of a structured curriculum. It encompasses students' interests within a curriculum, but is not limited to a classroom setting. It works through conversation, exploration, and experience." Madam Presiding Officer, I am sure that everyone within this chamber at this point in time can agree that secondary school students, especially those in the lower secondary stream, have had a plethora of experiences that deals with Tobago, its culture, its heritage, its environment, by participating in seminars and workshops, field trips and competitions, facilitated by so many of our divisions. The Division of Education, Innovation and Energy does not have to do it alone. I remember quite distinctly when I was at Mason Hall Secondary School, there was a competition, I think it was put on by the Division of Community Development and Culture at the time, in which students proceeded to create, what should I call it, a dictionary, as you were talking about a while ago, Assemblyman Faith. A dictionary on games we used to play. And in order to do that dictionary, they had to include some illustrations. So it meant that they had to go do the research, they had to learn the games, they had to play the games, they had to take pictures of themselves playing the games. They bounded the book with all the definitions of, well, you know, when I say definitions, I mean the instructions for playing the games. And in that way, although we won the competition and got a sizable amount of money, apart from that, learning took place, and it took place informally. And I want to suggest to this noble house that apart from the creativity of our teachers within the classroom, and that passion and drive to make learning a reality, other stakeholders in education already provide the kind of experiences that are required to transfer this knowledge. Madam Presiding Officer, the lower secondary school curriculum consists of core subjects in which every student is required to demonstrate some level of competence and achievement. But it is the principal as the instructional leader of the school that determines the time allotted to each subject area based on the needs of the students and the available resources. Now, when I spoke to principals of some secondary schools, they had a different approach to how, let's take a subject like social studies is taught, right? And the point I'm trying to make here is that what is done in a particular school many times depend on the available resources. And the resources I'm talking about here is not just material. We're talking about human as well. Now, Dr. Faith said that we were, focused and harping on teachers. But the teachers are the greatest resource within the school system. So we have to ensure that that resource is qualified and competent to deliver the kind of, I wouldn't even say curriculum, subject area that we want to deliver. So we have to harp upon them. We have to harp upon them. Because I will tell you, I have wanted to be a teacher all my life. Since I was 5 years old, I wanted to be a teacher. And even then, I knew that teaching had to be contextual. Because I remember going home from school, and when I got home, I couldn't wait to change my clothes, to sit down on my klimpan on the steps. My mother had plants up and down the steps. And I sat down on my klimplan, and I taught those plants, those students, a lesson. And the lesson was the parts of a plant. Relevance. Teaching must be contextual. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, it is so important that our teachers develop a passion for Tobago. Many of them don't even have a passion for teaching, because it has now become so much about what I earn, you know? And losing that passion has taken away what we're looking for. What we are looking for is creative, innovative educators. Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to quote from the Lower Secondary School Studies curriculum in an attempt to let you see that we already have what we need. As part of the core curriculum, social studies, as well as every other subject area, has the responsibility to provide positive learning outcomes through which all students can experience success and acquire the necessary knowledge, concepts, skills, attitudes, and values that have been identified as essential characteristics of individuals who will become caring citizens and effective economic members of a technologically literate, socially and politically sophisticated and moral community. So what this curriculum is aiming to do is to provide integrated learning. So just as they have moved away from the separate disciplines of history and geography and economics and all of that in the lower school, the social studies curriculum aims at integrating learning so that you just don't learn a subject. This thing about adding another subject to the curriculum really is unnecessary. Really, it is unnecessary. It is about using the knowledge and the skills and the values that we already have within the Tobago context. So, the social studies syllabus provides opportunity for students to develop an appreciation for their own identity, their culture, their environment, the country's governance structure, and the roles they must play as citizens of this beautiful nation. And I can say the beautiful character, or should I say, the beautiful, what we say about paradise, lights of paradise, in contributing to the conservation and sustainability of our island's resources. So the environment is playing an important part here. The politics, the governance of the country, the governance of Tobago. I just came from an achievement function this morning, and you know, something that was said is that we need to remember the past, because you know, it was just honoring some teachers and principals who would have left. So in order to move forward to the future, it is important for us to remember the past. And this is exactly what that social studies syllabus is attempting to do. The Chief Secretary would have spoken about a thematic approach to social studies. And in the curriculum of the secondary school, lower secondary school, the themes are very similar. One of the basic themes is that of personal development. Who am I? Where do I belong? Groups in society, leadership and conflict resolution. within the context of our environment. Another theme is that of economic growth and development, developing human resources, factors influencing resources, employment and labor laws. There is also financial responsibility, globalization, technology, transportation, goods and services. The third theme, how do we govern ourselves? Rules, regulations, rewards, and sanctions, civic responsibility, humanitarian law, introduction to government, the electoral process. Another theme is that of our heritage, our people and their heritage, our multicultural society, our physical heritage, conservation and preservation. The theme of Caribbean integration and global links focuses on the Caribbean region, the Commonwealth Caribbean, the Caribbean man. Teachers could make that the Tobago man. That is where creativity and innovation comes in. Regional integration. And the last theme is that of our environment. And that's how it's stated there, our environment. Not the environment of Trinidad and Tobago, not the environment of Trinidad, but our environment. And they look at the physical resources, places in our environment, humans in our environment, conservation and preservation of our environment. Madam Presiding Officer, a lot has been already said, and we wonder, what next? What else is required? So I want to do a little bit of rebuttal at this point in time. And I want to start with Assemblyman Fali Augustine. Now, Fali is my student, one of my students. And as I look around the room, I see Mr. Kwesi Devines, who is another one of my students. And I want to put to both of you that
Excuse me. On a number of occasions, you have not addressed the members the way they should be addressed in the House. And I understand the past linkage, but at the end of the day, they are councillors, they are honorable members, it's not ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
So please.
Thank you so much, Madam Presiding Officer. Assemblyman Fali Augustine, Councillor Kwesi Devines, I am sure that having taught you formally in mathematics and information technology, you would hardly remember how to solve a quadratic equation, nor may you remember the process of binary operations. But what you would remember is the values that were instilled in you during the time when I taught. You would remember the fact that I always wanted to be punctual at classes. You would remember the fact that I was a stickler for giving exams, but marking them quickly and returning papers the next day. And I guess you'd remember that I was always a good dresser. Yeah? So informal education is what tends to stick with you more so than the formal. Not that the formal is not important, but when the formal becomes important is when you add relevance and context to the formal. And I want to suggest to this noble house that it is that creativity that is required from among our educators which will result in all that you would like to see from this motion. So I guess that by now you realize that what I'm really saying is that I am not in support of the resolution as stated. Just to continue a little on the objectives, because you don't just do things in isolation. And I want to share with you a few of the objectives of this curriculum that I'm so passionate about. I am passionate about social studies, like the Chief Secretary said, you know, because it lends to creativity. And that creativity reminds me, when I was a young teacher, a young primary school teacher at Charlottesville Methodist School, without any formal training, I was teaching my little infants things on the beach. You know, you do things in the home, things in the wherever, things in the beach. And I took those little children down to the beach because we were in Charlottesville. Charlottesville is a fishing village with beautiful beaches, right? That is the kind of experiential learning that I'm talking about. And there are teachers within our school system, even now, that would create that kind of learning. Now let's look at the objectives of this curriculum, and I quote, "At the end of year 3, because that's the end of the lower secondary school, students will be able to demonstrate an understanding of the main changes in local, regional, and global developments involving social, political, economic, and spatial transformation over time. They would demonstrate an appreciation of the diversity of ethnic, religious, and social structures and the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. They will demonstrate an understanding and appreciation of the effect of change on individuals, institutions, and society. And they would become agents for positive change within the 21st century interconnected global village. They would use basic concepts that relate to human relationship and to socially accepted moral values. And finally, they would demonstrate an understanding of civilization, family, religion, government, peace and conflict resolution, migration, immigration, culture, globalization, and environmental concerns."
Member, your speaking time is up.
Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to move that the speaking time of the honourable member be extended by further 10 minutes.
Members, the question is that the speaking time of the honourable member be extended by a further 10 minutes. All in favour? Aye. Any against? Member, your speaking time has been extended by a further 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, members of this Honourable House, it is no secret that the continuation of the traditional teacher within the confines of a traditional classroom would result and would always result in a straight-laced delivery of a subject syllabus. But the innovative teacher will reconstruct the classroom setting and teaching techniques to achieve the desired 21st century outcomes. Madam Presiding Officer, the acquisition of knowledge does not have to be mandated. We live in the age of technology, where information is available and equally accessible to anyone with an electronic device. Even the youngest child owns or has access to a smartphone. Well, everybody except my esteemed colleague, Assemblyman for Lambo Signal Hill, who insists in remaining in the Me One generation. It is therefore imperative that educators must encourage their students to gain knowledge and to do research in and out of the classroom setting. Madam Presiding Officer, I have never believed that teachers know everything and they are supposed to teach everything.
Again, we are having disturbances from electronic devices. I wouldn't like to have to ask you to leave.
Madam Presiding Officer, today's teacher is no longer the sage on the stage, but must function as the guide by the side. In conclusion, I am convinced that every educator in every subject area within the lower secondary school system must be charged with the responsibility of infusing aspects of Tobago's culture and heritage within their day-to-day experiences. Tobago's heritage speaks to who we are as a people, and it is embodied in everything that we do, our history, our environment, our norms, and our cultural values. If education is to become meaningful and relevant to the promotion of model citizens who can function effectively in this rapidly changing world, the onus is on every citizen of this beautiful island to instill in our children and anyone under our influence, in our homes, at school, at church, in our communities, the strong, vibrant history, the morals and cultural traditions of our people. So I am therefore moved, Madam Presiding Officer, like my colleague, to support the motion in its amended form, since I realize from my experience as an educational administrator that what is monitored is the only thing that really gets done. So I urge all of my colleagues in the administrative realm of education, all the heads of department, all the vice principals, principals, to ensure that they come up with some creative method of assessing what is done within classrooms. Madam Presiding Officer, members of this Honorable House, I thank you.
Member for Palatuvia, Lansumi Speyside.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And thank you to all those who have contributed to the motion. Now, I need to wind up this motion. I need to wind up this motion by providing some clarity to some obvious misunderstandings. And I appreciate the overarching sentiment that we agree with the spirit of the motion. But I think what we are essentially doing via the amended version is to attenuate the motion into nothingness, water it down into nothingness. The motion, as on the other paper, in the preamble, acknowledges that we do have at present a national curriculum that allows for the inclusion of Tobago-centric information and sharing that in the most creative ways. And so the need to reiterate what's in the syllabus and the curriculum, that was unnecessary because the motion acknowledges that the current curriculum in all the forms allows for it. Now, what we are not getting is that we are speaking about the ideal when the ideal does not occur. At no point have I or any of my colleagues indicated that teachers are not doing what we are asking. What we are saying is that it's not being done sufficiently. What we are saying is that more has to be done. What we are also saying is that notwithstanding the fact that the national curriculum allows for this sort of creativity and innovation and idealism that we have been trumpeting, it is not happening sufficiently. I listened to the reading of the objectives for the lower school syllabus as Assemblyman Jack presented. And having just recently taught upper school, I could tell you, by the time they get to you, you want to know what has happened. How is it that they still don't have the kind of Tobago-centric information that they should have? And it means that it's either not being taught properly or it's not taught at all. There is a school of thought in education that says if nothing is learned, then nothing was taught. I don't know if I completely agree with that. But the point is, we have young people, notwithstanding the wideness and the full gambit of the curriculum from nursery to secondary, who are still leaving lower school, secondary school, and not being able to talk confidently about their island Tobago. So it have a problem. And I think, to give some credit to the Honorable Chief Secretary, he did admit that we do have a problem in this regard, and that perhaps accountability might be part of the problem. He pointed out that perhaps it might be a case where teachers are not researchers, and they ought to be researchers if you are to be an effective teacher. He also explored the reality that some information is just simply difficult to acquire. And I am hoping that in creating this subject, what it forces us to do is to put systems in place to provide information, access to information to our teachers that they don't now have access to. And earlier on I spoke about my experience doing the research for Bishop's High School. And I could tell you that sometime tomorrow I have to walk through St. Andrew's Cemetery. So if you see me, don't think I work in Obe or anything strange. But I have to walk through it because here is a school, a house called Reed. Most people don't even know the man's first name. I spoke to top members of the Anglican clergy. They're shocked when I call the first name to them. We don't know when he was born. We don't know when he died. But he's a pillar of one of our foremost secondary schools. And this says something about how we as an island have been treating with our heritage, with our history, with our culture, that we haven't been doing enough to document in a very formal way. And I agree, the informal things are what we remember most. The informal things are usually the funny things, are usually things that you can call up an old school friend and talk about and laugh. Those are the things you remember most. But the disadvantage of not codifying these things very formally is that they tend to get lost. Because those of us who remember the jokes, we will one day die. And then what? And that is, to me, the bane of this contention. We also heard that the motion is a case of more upon plenty. And I must say, Assemblyman Osmond, you sound just like I expect most teachers to respond to this motion. Just too much work. But I don't know ever, if there was ever a time in the history of this country where there was curriculum change, curriculum input, subject change, subject input, that teachers did not make the excuse that this is more on plenty. That teachers didn't say, you want to kill me now, we must do all of this now. So I don't know that that age-old excuse is sufficient to say we should not provide this as a new subject. The motion also went to great pains, and perhaps unnecessarily so, to state some of the very obvious things such as the need to use modern teaching techniques and the field trips and the arts to teach Tobago's culture and history. And the reason that was purposefully done is because we don't envision this subject to be a subject being taught the traditional way. And let's explore what that traditional way looks like. as beautiful as the national curriculum sounds, many teachers, not all, many teachers will just get to the classroom, grab an assigned text that the ministry would have approved, have children read the assigned text, test them on that assigned text, and by the time a national or regional exam comes around, they can pass it because the children can regurgitate some information from that assigned text, when the reality is those assigned texts, they don't give us sufficient information about Tobago's history and heritage and culture. And so it is that gap that we have to find a way to bridge. And that cannot be bridged by simply doing what the amended motion says, which is to resolve that education of our students in Tobago be grounded in the knowledge of and appreciation for the historical, environmental, socio-cultural, and political reality of Tobago, and be it further resolved that the implementation of the curriculum in all our schools reflect effective and deliberate use of resources and stimuli that are based primarily on our Tobago context, but must be sufficiently flexible to incorporate national, regional, and international realities. Quite frankly, I find it, the resolutions as proposed in the amendments, to be far too general and not specific enough. And let me be honest, I have no problems, no qualms with the argument that another subject might be too much. But I'm saying, let us discuss specifically what we should do, other than to simply say that, we should have our children do it. What should we do to have our children get this kind of knowledge that they need to get? Because the reality is, many of them are not now getting it, notwithstanding the wonderful curriculum that exists, and notwithstanding all the idealism we have heard. And yes, we have heard quite a bit of idealism. And I recently taught too. And so I can tell you that yes, field trips can happen. Yes, schools can bring in resource personnel from the community. Yes, we can use all the modern teaching techniques, including the use of technology. Yes, all of these can happen. But have they been happening as they ought to happen? And that's the question. Now, we have all agreed that, unfortunately, we have a system whereby if the thing isn't tested, if it isn't monitored, it doesn't get taught. And so the way to probably get teachers to fully teach this is perhaps to test it. And if there is a subject, then most likely your school administrator will demand that you have an end-of-term exam. Your school administrator will demand that you do your scheme of work for it, that you provide a lesson planning for it, and so forth. Leaving it up to the whims and fancy of the individual teacher may very well mean that it doesn't get taught at all. And teachers can get away with doing the bare minimum. Handing a child a textbook, saying, read the textbook, and I test you from the textbook. But that's not sufficient. And that's the point I want us to get, that what is happening, how we have been responding to the national curriculum is not sufficient, notwithstanding how beautifully written they are. I must remind the House of something that Councillor B. Israel indicated, which is that she quoted Dr. Lovell, who is the minister in the Ministry of Education, who indicated that at present, our education system is flawed, it is disconnected, and what is shocking is that while the junior minister is saying that our system is flawed, it is disconnected from our realities and so on, we are here in Tobago saying it is perfect, teachers can do all these wonderful things, teachers have been doing all these wonderful things, and so there is no need to do anything else to make it more connected for our children. But that's all that this motion seeks to do, that we find a way to connect our children more readily to Tobago-centric information, to indigenous information and culture and heritage. And so, as is the given in our Westminster system, an amending motion by the majority will pass. So that goes without saying. So the issue now is not what will pass, because it's pretty much a foregone conclusion what will pass at this point. But I want to challenge everyone in this House. I want to challenge especially area representatives, those who have electoral districts to manage, that we, and I'm including myself, notwithstanding the fact that I am not totally satisfied with the amendments, that we have to find a way to have our young charges more in tune with things Tobagonian. And when I made the reference to Charlottesville, I wasn't trying to indicate that there's an absence of young people there. But to me, from my observation, there's an absence of young people at some critical points on that trek. When I go to the dirt oven, I see senior women there, but I don't see young women and young men there necessarily. When I go to where the coals are made under the ground, I see the same senior women every year there. But I see the young people dancing, I see them singing. And the point I want to make is, the full range of our culture and our indigenous information must be revealed and exposed to our young people, the full range of it. And as area representatives, we have a prime opportunity to do so. We can engage our schools, for sure. We can engage the non-governmental organizations and the CBOs, for sure. And beyond that, I also want to see information division do more than just report on what happens in Tobago. I want to see information division become to us what PBC is to the United States, what Public Broadcast Corporation is to the US. As in, create the documentaries, create even some docudramas, create cartoons, even if you have to outsource it. I want the information division do some of those things as a way of entrenching this. I want to see cartoons on YouTube that my nephew can look at that doesn't sound like Peppa Pig, but where perhaps we might have, I don't know, a Peppa Manico or somebody, some other family talking in Tobago accents. I want to see our young people get in tune with their Tobagonianness. Because as we develop, as we grow, as we expand, as we continue to meet intrusions from the globe, from the world, we have to fight back. And the best way to fight back is to ensure our young people know what it means to be a Tobagonian. That's the only way we will have a fighting chance. If we don't do that, we'll wake up one day and Tobago sounds and looks like another place. Because it is easy for cultures and norms from metropolitan states in the world to overpower those from the global south. And so we have to fight back by teaching our young people what it means to be a Tobagonian. And I wish to end with a quote from David Ruther's song, Rally Round the West Indies. And in a part of the song, he says, "This thing goes beyond the boundary. It is up to you and me to make sure they fail." They meaning the metropolitan states of the world. "Soon we must take a side or be lost in the rubble. In a divided world that don't need islands no more. Are we doomed forever to be at somebody's mercy? Little keys can open up mighty doors." What David Rudder is essentially saying is that we live in a world that don't really need these small Caribbean islands anymore. Sugarcane and really the economic drive of the world anymore. They don't need slaves anymore. They don't need colonies anymore. In fact, colonies are a burden to their economy. In fact, our people just visiting, we are seen as burdens to them. But in this world where there continues to be a fight between the global north and the south, our best fighting chance, our best bet against being lost in all of this rubble, as David Rudder describes it, is us teaching our young people what it means to be themselves, so that the young man at Argyle Waterfall wouldn't engage in linguistic hypercorrections in an effort to overcorrect himself, hoping to please a foreigner, but he will know that he is perfectly fine in his linguistic heritage as it is. It's the only way we can do this. As I said before, Madam Presiding Officer, the amended motion will pass. There's nothing I could do about that. But I wish to employ all of us, especially those of us who are assemblymen. Let us find some way, somehow, to use our offices to engage the young people and young children in our communities so that we can have this kind of change effected. Thank you.
Members, we have two amendments proposed before we put the question. The first amendment is that we delete, be it resolved that this House mandate the Division of Education, Innovation and Energy to construct an appropriately named subject with varying levels, which will specifically incorporate Tobago's environment, history, heritage, culture, and governance. And that it be replaced with, be it resolved that the education of our students in Tobago be grounded in the knowledge of and appreciation for the historical, environment, socio-cultural, and political reality of Tobago. All in favor of the amended version? Aye. All against? Any abstain? Anyone abstaining?
Yes.
Okay. The ayes have it. We will have the amended motion in there. The second amendment being proposed, be it further resolved that beginning in the 2019-2020 academic year, this subject becomes mandatory for all Tobago pupils or students enlisted at government and government-assisted schools between nursery school and lower secondary school, and be taught using a combination of modern teaching techniques, the arts, and field trips. This is recommended to be deleted and to be replaced by, and be it further resolved that the implementation of the curriculum in all our schools reflect effective and deliberate use of resources and stimuli that are based primarily on our Tobago context, but must be sufficiently flexible to incorporate national, regional, and international realities. All in favor of the amended version? Aye. Any against? Anyone abstaining? Yes. Okay. The ayes have it for the amended version. Honorable members, the question now being put. Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996 in its 5th schedule lists education, including curriculum, as a responsibility of the THA. And whereas Tobago subscribes to a national curriculum that originates from the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and that aims to translate national development goals to a classroom instruction. And whereas Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture can and should be incorporated into the delivery of lessons by representative teachers. And whereas having pupils or students knowledgeable of Tobago's environment, history, heritage, governance, and culture is critical to Tobago's thrust for greater autonomy and developing its tourism sector among other industries. Be it resolved that the education of our students in Tobago be grounded in the knowledge of and appreciation for the historical, environmental, socio-cultural, and political reality of Tobago. And be it further resolved that the implementation of the curriculum in all our schools reflects effective and deliberate use of resources and stimuli that are based primarily on our Tobago context, but must be sufficiently flexible to incorporate national, regional, and international realities. All in favor of the motion put, the question put, say aye. Aye. Any against? Any abstaining? The motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I'd like to move that this House now stand adjourned to the date to be fixed.
Members, the question put is that the House now stand adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any against? Ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.